Chapter 440. Xiao Ruyan also did not think that she would actually have to face such a decision. Xiao Ruyan also did not think that she would actually have to face such a decision. Two small worlds. This was a distance the same as the two endpoints of the Earth. Going to the endless world, she might never be able to return here again in this lifetime. And at this place was her elder brother, her parents. The Wind Emperor was still groveling there non-stop, while Ding Liang was desperately trying to pull him up. But he refused to get up no matter what. Over on this side, Xiao Ruyan fell into a dilemma and had a conflicted face. Ruyan, you mustn't go with him. Or else, I, Xiao Chongfeng, will break off all ties with you. Xiao Chongfeng said coldly. Xiao Ruyan's entire body shuddered, and her gaze involuntarily turning to Xiao Chongfeng. It was only to see Xiao Chongfeng staring with furious eyes. He had a look of firm resolution. For a moment, countless memories welled up from the bottom of her heart. These years of diligent studies and bitter training, not daring to slack off the slightest bit. When the elders unanimously said to push her out as a bargaining chip, Xiao Chongfeng kept silent and said nothing by the side. She was heartbroken and swallowed the 9 nether soul-shattering powder, her consciousness dissipating bit by bit. Xiao Ruyan's eyes gradually became resolute. Father, these past 20 years, daughter has been living for the Xiao family. And today daughter is already somebody who has died once. Daughter wishes to live for herself for once. Therefore, I want to follow master. Finished saying this sentence, Xiao Ruyan felt like all the strength in her body was drained. This was absolutely an earth-shaking move for her. Xiao Ruyan had been instilled with the idea of existing for her family clan since young, and she herself was also a very filial girl. But today she cut off everything from her past. This demanded immense courage. For a person to sever off all fetters and integrate into a new world anew, how powerful a conviction was needed to support this. You. Good. Xiao Chongfeng was so enraged that he was shaking. He did not think that his all-along obedient daughter would actually do something so decisive. From today onwards I, Xiao Chongfeng, will take it as if I never had you, this daughter. We break off all ties, Xiao Chongfeng said while trembling. Xiao Ruyan's whole body quivered, and she nearly fell to the ground. A strand of gentle essence energy instantly enveloped her. It was only then did she stabilize. Lear said coolly, I more or less understand your affairs, and also understand you very much. Actually, in all honesty, I even envy you very much. You can dump everything to pursue your happiness. This is sufficient. Mr. Yi is kind and just, daring and resolute. He's absolutely worth it for you doing all these. Liur's words were akin to injecting Xiao Ruyan with a cardiac tonic. Xiao Ruyan nodded and said, Many thanks to Senior for advising. Liur nodded slightly and said to Star Abyss, Your kindness, Mr. Yi will surely repay it personally in the future. He's currently heavily injured, so he won't bid farewell to you all. Star Abyss said, Star Abyss's strength is meager, that's why Yi Yuan received such severe wounds. I am seriously ashamed. Senior, please take good care of Yi Yuan. Star Abyss is endlessly grateful. That's of course. Finished talking, Liur swirled her long sleeves, bringing Yi Yuan and Xiao Ruyan and Vanis. Ing from sight. It was as if they had never appeared. The plaza was dead silent. Only Zhao Tianin's thumping kowtowing sounds echoed. It was also uncertain how long had Paas said. Zhao Tianin suddenly trembled and some light finally returned to his eyes. Zhao Tianin's heart plunged, and his brows could not help furrowing. At this instant, the entire plaza seemed to have fallen in temperature drastically, unwittingly making people shudder. He was still maintaining a kneeling posture right now. Very clearly, something very nasty happened earlier. Just now, what happened? Zhao Tianin asked Ding Liang. Even though Ding Liang was a divine traversing realm powerhouse, hearing this sentence, he also felt a chill come on. This. Ding Liang revealed a difficult look. Speak. Zhao Tianyin said somberly. Ding Liang was powerless, and could only recount the events earlier. Each word that he said, Zhao Tianyin's face would darken a degree. By the time he finished talking, Zhao Tianyin's face was not much different from black charcoal. Apart from the Qixia mountain lineage and the Shao family's Shao Chongfeng, the people who are aware of this incident are already all dead. Before leaving, Lord Star Abyss said to me that he'll keep his group of disciples and Shao Chongfeng in check, and they will absolutely not speak of today's incident. Furthermore, he even said that the Alchemist A.S. Association will collaborate wholeheartedly with the royal family and provide all A.S. assistance with regard to medicinal pills. Ding Liang added. Not far in the distance lied corpses all over the place. Among them was even 2 Soul Sea Realm martial artists. Zhao Tianyin's complexion eased up a little, but he still said with a solemn face, "This matter, you did very well. Looks like Shao Chongfeng has already thrown himself under Star Abyss's sect. This is a troublesome matter." To Zhao Tianyin, Star Abyss was indeed a porcupine that was not easy to touch. As the ruler of a world, Zhao Tianyin was deeply aware of the Alchemist A.S. Association's formidability. Regardless of which plane, the Alchemist A.S. Association's chairman would always be in existence that was exceptionally revered. Although the fierce Gale world was a place where even birds would not S.H.I. If he really killed Star Abyss, the Divine Realm would surely pursue it. Boundless Realm martial artists were indeed pretty good in the fierce Gale world, but placed in the Divine Realm, it was too ordinary. The Divine Realm's Alchemist A.S. Association's punishment was not what he, a puny little Boundless Realm martial artist, could withstand. Ding Liang said, "Since Star Abyss wants to cooperate sincerely with us, it shows that he doesn't wish to cause the relations Hi+P to be too stiff. Furthermore, making today's matter known to everyone has no benefits to him either. So," the words behind Ding Liang did not say. Deciding this sort of thing naturally had to be left to Wind Emperor himself. Zhao Tianyin nodded his head and said, "Today's matter will end at this. If there are any rumors at all, kill regardless of who it is." Yes. Fierce Gale World, Cloud Dream Mountain Range. Several figures quietly walked out of the void. "Senior, we are." Towards this place that was covered in a dense fog, Ruyan was very perplexed. Lier nodded and said, "This place is already the Endless World." "This place is the Endless World? Looks like it's indeed much richer in resources than the fierce Gale World." Shao Ruyan sensed the thick spirit chi and said comfortably. But Lier shook her head and said, "Although the fierce Gale World is scarce in resources, the gale winds tempering to martial artists is what the Endless World martial artists can't enjoy. From the start of birth, fierce Gale World martial artists would train in an arduous environment at all times, and their accomplishments would also be much greater compared to the Endless World martial artists. To really talk about who's better and who's worse off, it's really hard to evaluate." Shao Ruyan said in surprise. "Then His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, he..." Lier said coolly, "Just foolish concerns. The things that the Wind Emperor knows are much more than you people. The Divine Realm isn't some nice place. He can call wind and summon rain in the fierce Gale World. Arriving at the Divine Realm, he'll truly be a bottom-tier martial artist. Invading the Endless World, giving it a nice-sounding name of thinking for the fierce Gale World martial artists, actually, isn't it for his own personal gains?" Shao Ruyan widened her mouth and said, It's actually like this." "Of course, ugh." Just as Lier was talking, her brows suddenly knitted together, showing a very anguished look. Shao Ruyan asked in alarm, "Senior, are you all right?" Chapter 441. Lier's head felt as if it was splitting. She grabbed her head and forcefully withstood the pain, but her attractive body was quivering endlessly. Lier's head felt as if it was splitting. She grabbed her head and forcefully withstood the pain, but her attractive body was quivering endlessly. This scene made Xiao Rian turn pale with fright. In her eyes, Lier was practically an invincible existence. Even the Wind Emperor was played around in the palm of her hands. How could she have a headache? Ugh! Right then, Yi Yuan at the side muttered in his sleep and similarly had his brows tightly locked, appearing very anguished. Yi! Master, are you alright? These two individuals were like this at the same time. Xiao Rian was at a complete loss and did not know what she should do. Yi Yuan opened both eyes with some difficulty and noticed that the surrounding environment was somewhat strange and familiar. I'm not dead yet? Yi Yuan said feebly. This time should be the time where he was the most severely injured since rebirth so far. In the past, no matter how severely he was wounded, as long as he consumed medicinal pills, he would recover back to usual in less than 2 days. But this time, if not for Lier helping him to protect his heart pulse, Yi Yuan would probably have croaked already. "He didn't die. Master, you're so amazing, why would you die?" Xiao Rian sobbed softly. It's Rian Ha. And? Who is she? Yi Yuan suddenly discovered a pained look Lier and asked weakly. Master, you actually don't recognize this senior? Xiao Rian even thought that these two people were surely on intimate terms. Who knew that Yi Yuan did not know her at all? This threw her into utter confusion. Ugh! At this time, Lier suddenly gave off an agonized groan and actually collapsed. Senior! Xiao Rian jumped in fright and hurriedly support Lier, lying her flat on the ground. Master, what should I do now? Xiao Rian was in a state of utter confusion and asked Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan said feebly, and no choice. All the essence energy in my body had fully dissipated. I completely can't muster any strength at all. Why does this girl's silhouette look somewhat familiar? Master, you really don't recognize Senior? Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Xiao Rian asked doubtfully. Don't recognize means. Don't recognize. Why would I lie to you? Yi Yuan was speechless. From Yi Yuan's angle, he could just see Lier's appearance. This flawless face would absolutely make every male have a feeling of not bearing to defile. Even if Yi Yuan was currently severely wounded, he also had a feeling of palpitating with excitement. But Yi Yuan dared to confirm that this was absolutely his first time seeing this face. But Senior, she rescued you from the Wind Emperor's hands. How is it possible that you don't know her? Xiao Rian said in puzzlement. This time, it was Yi Yuan's turn to be surprised. So, it was her who saved me. Yeah. Senior is incredible. Even the Wind Emperor isn't her match. Xiao Rian recounted the events after Yi Yuan fainted for Yi Yuan to listen, making Yi Yuan extremely surprised after hearing too. Ocular art? Could it be? Yi Yuan said with a frown. What ocular art? Xiao Rian said blankly. Nothing. I just thought of somebody. But Yi Yuan precisely thought of Lier. But the difference between the two persons' looks was also too great. Yi Yuan did not have any trace of essence energy in his body right now at all and was utterly unable to perceive Lier's condition. So he dare not confirm either. But looking from Xiao Rian's description, this was absolutely ocular arts without any doubt. And among the people that Yi Yuan knew, only this Lier possessed the moonlight heavenly eye physique. But the problem was that Lier only had crystal formation realm strength. Could it be that Lier deliberately hid her strength? If Lier could really play around with even Zhao Tianyi, then concealing her strength in front of him was not anything impressive as well. Furthermore, the profile of this girl before his eyes was very similar to Lier's. Was it possible for the two of them to be the same person? Master, what should I do now? Xiao Rian felt that she should do something. There are recovery medicinal pills in my storage ring. But I can't use any essence energy at all right now. You help me take out. Yi Yuan said. Okay. Xiao Rian agreed. Every martial artist had their own unique way of opening their storage rings. As long as Yi Yuan told Xiao Rian the way to open, she could open it very quickly. Xiao Rian followed Yi Yuan's instructions and finally found the Azure Profound Heart Nories. Hi plus ing pill and let Yi Yuan swallow one. This time, Yi Yuan's injuries were seriously too severe. Even after he consumed the Azure Profound Heart Nories, Hi plus ing pill, Yi Yuan's recovery speed was still very slow. After half a day, Yi Yuan finally recovered some strength and could barely manage to stand up. He struggled to come before Li'er and reached for her pulse. Towards his savior, Yi Yuan naturally could not let her be in a coma unchecked. But with this reading of the pulse, Yi Yuan could not help being greatly alarmed. This gorgeous to the extreme girl was actually really that ugly girl, Li'er, whom he saved previously. With this, Yi Yuan could not help being somewhat baffled. Looking at this, him saving her back then was purely a superfluous action. With the strength that Li'er showed, annihilating that group of people was truly too easy. Yi Yuan suddenly recalled the instances in the Eternal Splendor Palace. Thinking about it now, it was actually Li'er protecting him in the dark. Yi Yuan suddenly felt that he was so silly. Wasn't diverting attacks, this sort of concept of S.P.A.C., precisely one of the abilities of the Moonlight Heavenly Eye? It was just that the situation back then was too complicated, and Yi Yuan did not think too deeply as well. Recalling it now, Yi Yuan's grat. 1. 2 towards Li'er truly could not be any greater. These many months, Li'er was actually lurking by his side the entire time and moved to assist when he was in peril. And this time, Li'er used the Moonlight Heavenly Eye once more, causing the two kinds of spirit physiques tearing at her divine soul to be even greater, resulting to her ailment to finally erupt. Yi Yuan knew that this was definitely the most painful time for Li'er's divine soul. Zhao Tianyin was not some garbage opponent. Li'er inevitably exhausted considerable soul force to use the Moonlight Heavenly Eye to cast it on Zhao Tianyin. This was undoubtedly heaping one disaster on top of another to Li'er's present medical condition. Thinking up to here, Yi Yuan involuntarily blamed himself immensely and was touched. Looking at it now, Li'er most likely followed him and protected him because he saved her and helped her diagnose her medical condition. How could this not move Yi Yuan? Master Senior. Is she all right? Xiao Rian asked worriedly. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, won't have any major issues for the time being. But what? Xiao Rian asked puzzledly. Nothing. I indeed know her. But her current appearance is radically different from the first time I met her. So I didn't recognize. Yi Yuan said. Like I said, how can Master possibly not know Senior? Ha! She won't have any major problem for the time being, but I still have to recover my strength as soon as possible to help her refine some things. Ruyan, I burned 50% blood essence at one go. My body is too weak right now and simply can't refine medicinal pills. These 2 days, I'll guide you by the side. You'll be helping Master in recovering strength as soon as possible. Yi Yuan said. Chapter 442. After half a day, Xiao Rian was drenched in sweat, panting daintily by the square cauldron's side. After half a day, Xiao Rian was drenched in sweat, panting daintily by the square cauldron's side. And Master, disciple was fortunate to not have failed the AAS assignment and finally refined the Essence Vigor pill. Although dead tired, Xiao Rian appeared rather excited. The use of the Essence Vigor pill was to help martial artists recover blood essence. It was very hard to refine high-level Tier 3 medicinal pill. To Xiao Rian, the Essence Vigor pill was exceptionally difficult to refine. With her past standards, it was simply impossible to refine. Yet, during this half-a-day period, under Yi Yuan's guidance, she actually refined successfully like water flowing when a channel was formed. Yi Yuan had quite a number of medicinal herbs left on hand. Ping it all together, He pooled 2 portions of medicinal herbs to refine the essence vigor pill. In order not to waste the medicinal herbs, Yi Yuan made Xiao Rian simulate many times before agreeing to her getting to work on refining. Not surprising, the first portion was refined into a wasted dreg by her. Later on, she simulated many more times. On the second refinement, Xiao Rian actually directly refined a middle-grade essence vigor pill. Xiao Rian was still drenched in sweat and actually had an aberrant style charm, making Yi Yuan's head swim. Cough, cough. You've worked hard, Yi Yuan said rather embarrassingly. But Xiao Rian was in a state of exhilaration right now and did not notice Yi Yuan's embarrassment. Wiping the sweat on her forehead, she said, "Not hard, not hard." Through this half a day of refining, disciple completely has a feeling of being suddenly enlightened all at once. The things that disciple learned in this half a day is simply even more than the things I've learned in the past few years. Xiao Rian was not praising Yi Yuan because she had affections for him, but because she really had this sort of feeling. With Yi Yuan's horizons, he had long had a well-thought-out plan on Xiao Rian's merits and shortcomings. Guiding Xiao Rian was naturally highly tailored to her needs. Quietly, Xiao Rian unconsciously took the place of the disciple character and really learned alchemy skills from Yi Yuan. Alchemists all had this neurotic trait. Once they immerse into alchemy skills, they would completely be unable to extricate themselves. Moreover, what Yi Yuan brought to Xiao Rian was a brand new world. It was a world that she had never imagined before in the past. Ha! This isn't considered much. You have to study the jade slip I gave you well. It will be of great assistance to you. But presently, we don't have the time. After I alleviate Miss Lier's symptoms in a little while, we'll immediately head back to the Tranquil Cloud sect, Yi Yuan said. Ugh! Muttering an fled groans sounded. Lier finally slowly woke up. Senior! When Xiao Rian saw the situation, she immediately went to support her. Although she woke up, Lier was still feeling groggy. A piercing pain would occasionally transmit from her brain. How long was I unconscious? Lier supported her forehead with her hand and asked rather painfully. Senior, you've already fainted for the greater part of a day already. Master and I were very worried about your safety. Are you better now? Xiao Rian said. Master. Lier did not quite react yet. Involuntarily lifting her head, she just happened to meet with Yi Yuan's gaze. So, you're already awake. Lier suddenly did not quite know how to face Yi Yuan. After all, her appearance was rather unexpected. Yi Yuan nodded and said, Fortunately, there was Miss Lier helping to guard my heart meridian. Otherwise, I would probably have croaked long ago already. Great kindness can't be thanked with words. Miss Lier's sickness, leave it to Yi Yuan. Lier's eyelids drooped slightly as she said, So, you already know it's me. But Lier didn't help Mr. Yi for the sake of carrying out this transaction with you. Although Lier's words were quite calm, Yi Yuan still detected a hint of her sullen anger. This Yi isn't making a deal with Miss Lier either. This is a promise. I'm true to my words. No matter how arduous this promise is, this Yi will definitely accomplish it. Yi Yuan said composedly. Lier trembled slightly. She could feel Yi Yuan's sincerity and resolution. Accompanying along the way, she had a great understanding of what kind of person Yi Yuan was as well. Yi Yuan saying such words, even if he were to die, he would also fulfill his promise. This man was absolutely true to his words. Thank you. Lier did not decline and just lightly said these 2 words. Miss Yu accompanied all the way and moved to help out many times. This grace, Yi Yuan engraved it in my heart. Furthermore, if not for Miss Yu making a move this time, this Yi would surely be disgraced to death. Want to thank, it's also me thanking Mississippi. Moreover, in order to save me, Miss did not stint on drawing on the power of the moonlight heavenly eye, resulting in your health condition deteriorating. If this Yi doesn't cure Miss, Even I myself won't forgive myself. Yi Yuan said. This shock that Lear received was not small. She said in astonishment, You actually know my surname? Yi Yuan smiled wryly and said, I should have guessed it long ago. The last time I met Miss Yu, you were just a crystal formation realm martial artist. This Yi even thought that the lower realms gave birth to such a monstrous spirit physique again. Thinking about it now, a natural-born moonlight heavenly eye physique. Apart from the bright moon city's Yu family, who else could have such an innate spirit physique? With Yi Yuan said this, Lier was even more shocked beyond belief. You actually even know about Bright Moon City. You! Just who are you? Yi Yuan said helplessly, This Yi has my own difficulties. This point isn't convenient to disclose. Lier was unbelievably amazed and actually forgot about her headache for a moment. How did a lower realm's puny little martial artist know about the divine realm's Bright Moon City? The Bright Moon City's Yu family was renowned throughout the divine realm for their ocular art, and the person who possesses the moonlight heavenly eye physique, casting ocular arts would even be several times more powerful than ordinary people. And even for the Yu family, those who possessed the moonlight heavenly eye was extremely few too. These were all not secrets in the divine realm. But Yi Yuan was just a lower realm martial artist with an ordinary background. Just how in the world did he know this information? Lier had a belly full of doubts and suspicions, but she also knew Yi Yuan's character. Since he said that it was inconvenient to disclose, he clearly had things that he found hard to say. She naturally would not press on either. All right then. Since Mr. Yi even knows about Bright Moon City, then I'll reintroduce myself. I'm called Yu Mengli. I'm precisely a member of the Bright Moon City's Yu family. Yu Mengli sucked in a deep breath and said, Yu Mengli. It is as the name suggests. It's a fine name. Yi Yuan reminisced this name. At this instant, Yi Yuan's thoughts drifted back to the one and only time he went to Bright Moon City in his previous life. At that time, he answered Bright Moon City's invitation and went to refine a Tier 9 medicinal pill for the Bright Moon City Lord. During this trip, he happened to see a girl akin to Rouge and Jade once in Bright Moon City. And that girl's name seemed to be called Yu Mengli. Recalling it now, Yi Yuan finally superimposed that girl's looks and the Yu Mengli before his eyes together. Were the transitions in life actually so coincidental? Sigh. What's the point of a good name either? Everyone says that beautiful girls often have tragic lives. To think that I can't escape being strung along by fate either, Yu Mengli said with a dimmed expression. Yi Yuan recollected his thoughts and said, Miss Yu doesn't need to be like this. The word crisis conceals profound secret. As long as you can resolve the conflict between these two kinds of spirit physiques, not only will Miss Yu be no different from ordinary people, you'll even break out from the cock-o-o-n to become a b-u-t-terfly, and become a peerlessly powerful existence. Chapter 443. Yi Yuan's words did not improve Yu Mengli's mood much, looking as if she did not have much interest in becoming a peerless powerhouse. Yi Yuan's words did not improve Yu Mengli's mood much, looking as if she did not have much interest in becoming a peerless powerhouse. Sigh. So what if invincible under the heaven? Forget it, don't talk about this anymore. Didn't you say that only by refining a Tier 8 medicinal pill can you let my divine soul divide? But Yu Mengli said. Yi Yuan nodded and said, Indeed so. Furthermore, you using the power of the moonlight heavenly eye this time already hurt the divine soul further. This caused your conditions flare up to move forward some time. Right now you most likely only have 2 years left. Yu Mengli muttered under her breath, Only 2 years, huh? Yi Yuan said, Miss, you don't need to be disheartened. Although I'm unable to refine Tier 8 medicinal pills within 2 years, I have ways to delay the flare-up of the condition. Oh? What ways? I wonder if Miss Yu has heard of the Azure Spirit Tree before? Yu Mengli nodded and said, It's said that there's a type of tree with a soul that can absorb the quintessence of heaven and earth. It can even produce intelligence and cultivate like humans. That's right. The azure spirit tree's tree trunk can secrete a kind of liquid named azure spirit heart fusing fluid. This kind of fluid can nourish and repair the divine soul. Although it can't eradicate your illness thoroughly, it can delay the time of flare-up for your divine soul being torn apart, and lessen your pain. These 2 years' time, I'll think of ways to find the azure spirit tree. If Miss Yu can mobilize the Yu family's forces to search for this tree, that would be for the best, Yi Yuan said. Mobilize the Yu family's strength, is it? Yu Mengli seemed to be rather unwilling. Yi Yuan did not know what happened with Yu Mengli and the Yu family. Presumably, there was some problems going around, so he advised, "Doesn't matter. There are still 2 years. I'll definitely find the azure spirit tree for you." Yu Mengli nodded and said, "Then, thank you very much, Mr. Yi." Yi Yuan said, "Miss Yu, wait for me for half a day first. I just happen to still have some medicinal herbs on hand that can help you make some medicinal soup. Although it's not very effective against your condition, it can alleviate the agony of your divine soul ripping." Yi Yuan swallowed the essence vigor pill that Xiao Rian refined and spent several hours on refining the medicinal strength. His injuries finally improved a little, and he could use some essence energy too. Yi Yuan came in front of the square cauldron and injected some essence energy inside. The square cauldron's radiance showed slightly. Next, Yi Yuan retrieved several medicinal herbs from his storage ring and threw them into the square cauldron according to a fixed ratio. Very soon, those medicinal herbs turned into a pool of juice water. Yi Yuan used utensils to ladle the juice water and said it to Yu Mengli. "This," Yu Mengli said hesitantly. Martial artists were not foreign to alchemy. But this sort of mixed medicinal soup was not often seen. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "This is 5-flower heart calming soup. It's refined using 5 types of Tier 4 medicinal herb flower petals. It has the effects of calming one's nerves. While it's not some miracle panacea, it can alleviate your headache symptom. You try it." Yu Mengli did not doubt Yi Yuan's words and directly tilted her head back and drank it. Very soon, Yu Mengli felt like a gust of cool breeze blew past her divine soul, comfortable to the max. Her initially somewhat agitated emotions calmed down too at this time. Yu Mengli looked at Yi Yuan and exclaimed in shock, "A few stalks of Tier 4 medicinal herbs can actually formulate out such a miraculous medicinal soup. To think that Tier 4 medicinal herbs could actually have an effect on me. Truly inconceivable." With Yu Mengli's realm, Tier 4 medicinal pills were simply of not much effect at all. But Yi Yuan used 5 types of Tier 4 medicinal herb flower petals and could actually formulate out a medicinal soup that was effective on her. How could she not be astounded? It just has the effect of calming one's mind. It has no effect on your ailment at all, Yi Yuan said helplessly. His present realm was too low. At the very best, he could only refine quasi-Tier 4 medicinal pills. It did not have any effect on Yu Mengli at all. This is already very impressive. Yu Mengli sighed in admiration. Yeah, master. This is simply too miraculous. How did you do it? You must teach me later. Xiao Rian also gasped with admiration. She was long stupefied from watching by the side. In this short while, Yu Mengli's complexion was already much better compared to before. One had to know that Yu Mengli was a character who was even more powerful than the Wind Emperor. A couple of Tier 4 medicinal herb mixed together actually had an effect on her. You want to learn, so I'll just teach you later on. But you'd best not reach for what's beyond your grasp. One step at a time. And here requires the use of the formations path. With your present standards, you're unable to concoct it, Yi Yuan said. Fine. I'll just slowly learn. Stingy. Xiao Rian pursed her lips and actually acted like a spoiled little girl. Facing two beauties, Yi Yuan also involuntarily had a feeling of being very fortunate in love affairs. But Yi Yuan did not have the energy to be immersed in love right now. He was rather worried about the tranquil cloud sect. Yi Yuan released Mo Yuntian and the rest from the spatial spirit artifact. They still had vacant looks. During this period of time, Yi Yuan did not undo their divine soul inhibitions all along. This sort of divine soul inhibitions was different from slave seals. It could be broken to restore one's freedom. After planting a slave seal, the slave would not recognize other people as their master. Furthermore, there would also frequently be transactions and transfers between slaves. Placing slave seals clearly would not do. Hence, when selling slaves, most would set inhibitions on their divine souls to make it convenient for the owners to control. Yi Yuan reached his divine soul into Mo Yuntian's sea of consciousness. Xiao Ruyan was taken aback from fright. She hurriedly said, "What are you doing, master?" Their divine souls had inhibitions placed by an extremely powerful figure. A moment of carelessness will damage their divine souls. Yi Yuan cautiously helped Mo Yuntian remove the inhibitions while having enough strength to spare to say to Xiao Ruyan, "Just some trifling tricks." Indeed, in an instant, Mo Yuntian's gaze gradually recovered its clarity. When he saw Yi Yuan in front of him, hot tears immediately flowed as he said, "Ju Junior brother, I didn't think that I could still see you one day." Seeing Mo Yuntian like this, Yi Yuan did not feel good in his heart either. This trip deep into the fierce Gale world, Yi Yuan could be said to have 9 chances to die and 1 chance to live, and nearly lost his life several times. In the end, if not for Yu Mengli making a move, he would even be humiliated by Zhao Tianyin to death. Thinking now, it was still riddled with tribulations. "Everything is over, all over," Yi Yuan comforted. The two people made some small talk, and Yi Yuan started to remove the divine soul restrictions for the others. When the group of seniors saw Yi Yuan once again, they were all filled with a multiple 1, 2 of feelings and immediately gave rise to the feeling of life after surviving a disaster. The few people made some small talk for a while when Yi Yuan suddenly said with a sigh, "Sadly, Elder Mei was imprisoned in the depths of the royal palace back then. I didn't save him in time before my ident. 1 Tai was discovered." Sigh. Yu Mengli, who had been silently watching these seniors thank Yi Yuan for the entire time by the side, opened her mouth when she heard Yi Yuan mentioned Mei Zhen at this time. "I forgot to tell you. Elder Mei has already been rescued." As she said, Yu Mengli's finger twitched. 2 figures appeared in front of everyone. Very clearly, Yu Mengli also had an item similar to a spatial spirit artifact. One of them was precisely Mei Zhen, who had not been seen for a long time, while the other person was naturally Yu Mengli's maid, Yenner. "Miss, why did you only let me out now? I was almost stifled to death," Yenner said unhappily. Chapter 444 Elder Mei. Elder Mei. When everyone saw Mei Zhen, they were all overjoyed. Even Yi Yuan also looked at Yu Mengli with an astounded look, wanting to know what was going here. But he jumped in fright with this look. Yu Mengli changed into that sallow-faced ugly girl again. Furthermore, her realm became Crystal Formation Realm 2. Yi Yuan had just reunited with his seniors and actually did not when Yu Mengli became like this. But Yi Yuan was well aware in his heart that Yu Mengli did not wish to expose her ident. 1 Tai. And these seniors of Yi Yuan been through life and death several times, and even had divine soul inhibitions placed by others. How would they still remember this ugly girl whom they had a chance encounter before? Yu Mengli said, "When Mr. Yi was facing off with the Wind Emperor, that mysterious expert sneaked into the royal palace and rescued Elder Mei, and handed him to me." Yu Mengli turned herself into a mysterious expert, while she was just an ordinary martial artist. Furthermore, Yi Yuan even perceived the meaning behind these words. The reason why Yu Mengli arrived late was precisely in order to save Mei Zhen. It was just that she misgauged the situation and thought that Star Abyss could help Yi Yuan withstand for a while. who knew that the Wind Emperor completely did not care about Star Abyss's face and directly laid vicious hands on Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan immediately understood, and he followed up and said, "So that's how it is. Really too grateful to that mysterious expert. Or else, none of us would be able to return this time." Towards this woman whose looks were not in any way attractive, the group of seniors all did not pay much attention. Rather, it was Xiao Ruyan that made several people involuntarily look a couple more times. But their focus right now was still on Mei Zhen. Yi Yuan did not dawdle and very quickly helped Mei Zhen remove the divine soul inhibitions too. I actually still have a day where I can see the light of day once more." When Mei Zhen saw everyone, he was also overcome with emotions, and his entire being seemingly aged considerably. After a round of small talk, Mei Zhen suddenly said to Emo Yuntian and the rest, "Yi Yuan sneaked into the fierce gale world all alone. It was definitely near certain death. The ordeals experienced in between this isn't what we can imagine. And today he actually rescued all of us. Within favor and reason, we should thank him." As he said, Mei Zhen took the lead and gave a solemn bow to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan had yet to support Mei Zhen up in time when the others followed with a solemn bow as well. "Elder Mei, senior brothers, rescuing you guys is something within my duty. We have to hurry back to Tranquil Cloud Sect and inform the matter of the fierce gale world invading to Lord Sect Master," Yi Yuan said. Everyone naturally did not have reason to disagree. They packed up and headed towards Cloud Dream Mountain Range. A full day later, Yi Yuan's group finally appeared outside the Cloud Dream Mountain Range. Looking at the blazing sun in the sky, everyone gave rise to a sigh in their hearts. This entire way we've already encountered quite a few waves of fierce gale world martial artists. Looks like the Cloud Dream Mountain Range has already become their base camp, Mei Zhen said with a frown. There has already been several months' time since the Pa-S Sageway was linked. Fierce gale world martial artists turning this place into the headquarters isn't something strange. Also don't know what Tranquil Cloud Sect is like now. I'm very worried about Lord Sect Master and Master, Emo Yuntian said. There is still several months' time on foot needed from here to the Tranquil Cloud Sect. Such a long time, I don't know why kind of unforeseen event will happen either, Mei Zhen said worriedly. The spirit boats on their bodies were long swiped clean by people. Now they were virtually all on their own. Forget about spirit boats, even a single piece of essence crystal was a no. At this time, Xiao Ruyan, who did not speak the entire time, suddenly opened her mouth to say, "If it's spirit boat, I still have one here. But it's just a low-grade spirit boat." Everybody was overjoyed hearing this. "That's really great. Wonder if Miss Zhao's spirit boat can be lent to us for use?" "Rest assured Miss Zhao, as long as we return to the sect, we'll definitely give you sufficient recompense," Mei Zhen said. Along the way, everyone also came to know Xiao Ruyan's origins and identity. As Yi Yuan's presiding chief disciple, everyone would naturally give her sufficient respect. Furthermore, on the way, the blabbermouth Yen'er already uttered out the various kinds of things Yi Yuan did in the fierce gale world. It naturally shocked everyone until they were speechless for a long time. Yi Yuan was already at the 7th level crystal formation realm now. Just in terms of realm, he already caught up to Emo Yuntian, while his combat power even ditched everyone several streets behind. Even Mei Zhen, this sect elder, was far from being Yi Yuan's match anymore. Just based on the match between Yi Yuan and Zhao Qinggan, apart from the sect master Luo Qingfeng, most likely an body in the entire Tranquil Cloud sect would dare to say that they could definitely win him. If they returned to the Tranquil Cloud sect, Yi Yuan's position would naturally rise like how the boat rises when the water rise, and become the sect's upper echelon. Everyone also knew that this meant that the day Yi Yuan left the Tranquil Cloud sect was ever closer. Mei Zhen opened his mouth. It was naturally not nice for Xiao Ruyan to reject. The group rowed the flying spirit boat and flew in the direction of the tranquil cloud sect. Xiao Rian's flying spirit boat's quality was very high. The party only used 7 to 8 days' time to arrive beyond Spirit Blessing Mountain. Through these few days of recuperation and assistance from medicinal pills, Yi Yuan's injuries were already healed 70% to 80%. This remaining 20% to 30% was primarily making up for the deficit blood essence. This was awful for other martial artists, but Yi Yuan had his means to make up for these blood essence. It was just that he did not have the necessary medicinal herbs anymore, so he temporarily did not move to refine medicinal pills. Disembarking the spirit boat, everyone arrived outside the sect gates but discovered that there was an bodyguarding outside the gate. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed and he immediately had a bad premonition. Doesn't seem right. Why would there be no disciples guarding the sect gates? Can't be that something happened, right? Mei Zhen's heart fluttered. The sect protecting Grand Array is already broken. Looks like an accident really happened to the sect. Go, let's hurry over to take a look, Yi Yuan said somberly. Seeing this sort of situation, everyone's joy from surviving the disaster immediately evaporated into nothing. The group rushed over to the top of the mountain. Traveling to halfway up the mountain, everyone's footsteps suddenly came to a halt and were stunned by the scene before their eyes. Within sight were corpses wearing tranquil cloud sect disciple outfits all around. The fresh blood already pooled to form small rivers, flowing quietly down the mountain, looking utterly ghastly. These disciples were all the sect's outer sect disciples. Their strength was not great, but Ma's sacring on a large scale like this made Yi Yuan and company as fury ignite all at once. Who did this? Is this wanting to exterminate my tranquil cloud sect to the last one? Mo Yuntian's entire body was trembling. This scene made his fury peak. Blood debts to be paid in blood. If I find out who did this, I'll definitely hack him into pieces. Tian Yu gnashed his teeth in hatred and said. The most composed Ti Wujio was also livid at this time, tightly clenching both fists. Clearly, he was trying his best to curb his rage. There seemed to be essence energy undulations coming from the top of the mountain. There might be a fierce battle happening. Let's hurry over, Yi Yuan suddenly said. Chapter 445. When Yi Yuan's words came out, everyone was filled with shock. When Yi Yuan's words came out, everyone was filled with shock. Yi Yuan's perception towards heaven and earth essence energy already reached such a level? Even Mei Zhen could not sense essence energy undulations coming from the top of the mountain too. But they did not have time to be astonished anymore. Since they returned at such an opportune moment, they naturally had to join the battle and protect the sect. Go. Kill this pack of bastards and avenge these dead disciples. Mei Zhen flashed his longsword and roared. How can my tranquil cloud sect's thousands of years of inheritance be eradicated? Nilly. Those who violate my sect, kill without pardon. Tian Yu yelled. Yi Yuan did not speak and just quietly followed the group of seniors up the mountain. Miss Yu, this matter, leave it to this Yi and my seniors to resolve ourselves. In the future, unless there are no other alternatives, Miss must not draw on soul force. If this continues, even immortals will find it hard to save as well. Yi Yuan transmitted his words. Lier knows. Many thanks for Mr. Ye's concern, Yu Mengli replied. Further up the mountain, there were increasingly more corpses. But among them also had enemy forces' dead bodies mixed inside. Looking closely, everyone was even more taken aback with shock. On the bodies of these enemy forces' disciples were actually wearing the Purple Mansion sect's attire. What's going on here? Could it be that the ones who invaded our Tranquil Cloud sect are actually the Purple Mansion sect? Mei Zhen said in surprise. If one were to say who has the greatest likelihood of invading our Tranquil Cloud sect, it's none other than the Heavenly Sky sect. While the Purple Mansion sect is strong, They actually dare to invade other sects under the Heavenly Sky sect's eyelids. Mo Yuntian was also unbelievably shocked. The Heavenly Sky sect's might was indisputable. Only by combining the other 7 sects' strength could they maintain a delicate balance with the Heavenly Sky sect. If the other 7 sects had infighting, how could the Heavenly Sky sect let go of such a good opportunity? Could the brains of the Purple Mansion sect's upper echelons all be damaged? Did you all forget about Lin Feng? Yi Yuan suddenly said. Everyone was abruptly startled. How could they possibly forget Lin Feng? It was precisely Lin Feng's masterpiece that threw them behind bars and even becoming slave. The Purple Mansion sect endured patiently for many years. Their strength is most likely far from as simple as the surface. That Lin Feng's age isn't considered old, and he actually has 4th level C transformation realm cultivation. Not saying that they have large numbers of experts, but concealing a couple of Soul C realm martial artists, it probably isn't that easy for the Heavenly Sky sect to want to discover, Yi Yuan said. With Yi Yuan saying this, everyone's heart plummeted to rock bottom. The Purple Mansion sect was a chess piece buried in the endless world by the Wind Emperor. After so many years of secret development, their strength was most likely already unfathomable. Everyone had a feeling in their hearts that the Southern Domain's situation right now most likely already underwent an earth-shaking change. But these were all for later. Mei Zhen and the others did not dare to dawdle and sped along the way and arrived at the mountain peak very soon. Within sight, the entire Tranquil Cloud sect was already in an upheaval. There were fighting and battle cries all around. Everywhere were dead bodies. The originally quiet and serene Spirit Blessing Mountain was already in an abyss of suffering right now. Purple Mansion Sect B, ASTARDS. You will all die a horrible death. Art, cried a Crystal Formation Realm disciple, giving a miserable cry, and perished together with a Purple Mansion Sect disciple. Yet, this was just a minority situation. Regardless whether it was in numbers or strength, the Purple Mansion sect disciples far surpa. Said the Tranquil Cloud sect. Just the Purple Mansion sect's C Transformation Realm martial artists were as many as over a dozen. Although they were only low-stage C Transformation Realm, to deal with some Crystal Formation Realm disciples, it was ample. While on the Tranquil Cloud sect's side, they actually did not see a single C Transformation Realm elder. The battle was simply a one-sided situation. Many Tranquil Cloud sect disciples were facing many people from the other side alone. How could they be these Tranquil Cloud sect disciples' match? When Mei Zhen and the others saw such a tragic state, how could they hold back? They wielded their swords and were about to charge forward. But before his figure had yet to move, he was held back by someone from behind. Turning around to take a look, it was actually Yi Yuan. Only to hear Yi Yuan lightly leave behind 2 words as he walked past Mei Zhen, "Allow me." Yi Yuan's figure drifted and arrived at the center of the battlefront. Immediately, there was a Purple Mansion sect disciple who charged up without fear of death. An azure sword light instantly appeared. That Purple Mansion sect disciple had yet to even react, and his head and body were separated. Looks like this Purple Mansion sect's attack has already thoroughly infuriated Mr. Yi. Yumengli said calmly. Truly a bunch of fellows who don't know life from death. They probably don't even know how terrifying Mr. Yi will be once he becomes enraged. Yenner also had a cold smile at the corners of her mouth. Towards the Purple Mansion sect's annihilating conduct, Yenner was very disdainful in her heart. What's junior apprentice brother Yi going to do? Tian Yu asked puzzledly. Mo Yuntian seemed to have guessed a little and said in shock, he didn't let us attack. Could it be that he wants to deal with all of the Purple Mansion sect disciples alone? What kind of joke is this? There are several hundred Purple Mansion sect disciples here. Furthermore, the vast majority of them are Crystal Formation Realm martial artists. Among them, there are even over a dozen C Transformation Realm martial artists. Junior apprentice brother Yi wants to deal with it alone? Tian Yu almost jumped up, but Xiao Rian's curled her mouth and said with a proud look, "You guys watch well. Master alone is enough." The group of seniors all exchanged glances and looked at Yi Yuan with disbelief. And at this time, Yi Yuan pointed Songhua sword at the sky. Countless flower petals started condensing in the air. Is this junior apprentice brother Ye's 1,000 flowing petals? Is there a mistake? How could he condense so much flower petals? Tian Yu had seen Yi Yuan's 1,000 flowing petals once, but back then, Yi Yuan was still just a spirit condensation realm martial artist. At that time, although the power of this move was great, it was not formidable to this sort of extent. There were increasingly more and more flower petals condensing in the air. It finally alarmed all of the martial artists present. What's going on here? Why would it rain flower petals from the sky? You dumb *SS. This is formed from heaven and earth essence energy. Somebody is casting a skill. Who actually has such formidable strength? Even First Elder probably can't mobilize such horrifying heaven and earth essence energy either, right? Quick, look. It's that boy casting it. At this time, there were finally several Sea Transformation Realm martial artists who felt that something was wrong. Somebody shouted out, "Quickly! The few of you go together and finish off that punk. This move of that punk is somewhat sinister." When these words were finished saying, over a dozen late-stage Crystal Formation Realm martial artists and several Sea Transformation Realm martial artists abandoned their original opponents and all converged towards Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan looked at this scene coldly, and from his mouth he said coolly, "All of you dregs can go and die already." The flower petals which covered the entire sky seemed to have spirituality at this moment, churning towards the Purple Mansion sect martial artists in CLU. Ters. The hundreds of Purple Mansion sect experts present all suffered the assault of the flower petals. And those Sea Transformation Realm martial artists were heavily focused target. The flower petals gathered on their side were multiple times of Crystal Formation Realm martial artists. After 2 breaths, there were Purple Mansion sect disciples starting to give off miserable cries. After 5 breaths, more and more Purple Mansion sect disciple were giving off miserable cries. For a moment, innumerable tragic cries linked up, reverberating through the skies. Those tranquil cloud sect disciples who stopped could not resist shuddering when they heard their opponents' wretched screams. Chapter 446 Under the Soaring Flowers. It was akin to a meat grinder, wantonly reaping the lives of these Purple Mansion sect disciples. Under the soaring flowers, it was akin to a meat grinder, wantonly reaping the lives of these Purple Mansion sect disciples. After 100 breaths, the entire mountain peak was already deathly silent. Apart from Yu Mengli and a small minority, everyone was struck dumb with amazement by this scene. All the tranquil cloud sect disciples were staring fixedly at that young man's figure in the center of the battlefield, speechless from shock. At this very moment, Yi Yuan was akin to a fiend God. Even the tranquil cloud sect disciples were not able to easily recognize him. Is it Yi Yuan? After a long time, someone suddenly asked weakly, finally breaking the battlefield's serenity. Yi Yuan turned around to look. It was actually someone familiar. Senior apprentice brother Zhang Jing. Yi Yuan also said with a faint smile. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Zhang Jing's entire body trembled. Why Yi Yuan? It's really you. So you're all right. That's really great. As he was talking, Zhang Jing's eyes actually welled up a little with hot tears. Zhang Jing was the person who led Yi Yuan in the sect. Although the two people did not have any deep friends. Hi+P afterward, time pas, said and circu, stances have changed. Everyone's feelings were seemingly sublimated. Moreover, Zhang Jing had considerable comprehensions after the fight with Yi Yuan. At this time, he had long become a Crystal Formation Realm martial artist. Hence, in his heart, Zhang Jing was still fairly grateful towards Yi Yuan. This time, Yi Yuan and the others entered deep into the mystic realm, and not a single one actually returned. Everybody no longer held hopes towards their survival. Now, when they met, the agitation in Zhang Jing's heart could be imagined. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Not just me alone. You look." As he said, Yi Yuan pointed to Mo Yuntian and the rest. Mo Yuntian and the rest also moved closer at this time and gathered together with everyone. When Zhang Jing saw Mei Zhen, Mo Yuntian, and the rest, tears could not resist flowing again. Elder Mei, senior apprentice brother Mo. Everybody came back. Truly excellent. We even thought. Zhang Jing choked and did not even finish saying his words. Seeing Zhang Jing so agitated, Mo Yuntian and the rest had a multiple 1, 2 to feelings surge up too. They choked and said, the mystic realm trip this time was indeed near certain death. It was all thanks to junior apprentice brother Yi that we could return safely. Zhang Jing was surprised, and his gaze involuntarily looked towards Yi Yuan again, his face showing disbelief. Junior apprentice brother Yi, you're actually already at the 7th level crystal formation realm? Yi Yuan's extreme Ma.'s sacring move previously made everyone's mind sustain a tremendous impact, and they forgot about his realm for a moment. Only at this time did Zhang Jing suddenly notice that several months of not meeting, and Yi Yuan was actually at the 7th level crystal formation realm already, increased a full major realm higher than before he left. Such an improvement speed was seriously too outrageous. Furthermore, that move earlier, was that really released by a 7th level crystal formation realm martial artist? Zhang Jing's eye was filled with doubt and felt tremendous curiosity towards Mo Yuntian and the others' trip to the mystic realm. Yi Yuan saw through Zhang Jing's uncertainty and said smilingly, "This matter is hard to say in a single sentence. I'll tell in detail again later on with seniors." Senior apprentice brother Zhang's improvement these few months isn't small either. Zhang Jing gave an odd expression and said could not help laughing, "Don't ridicule me, junior apprentice brother Yi. Compared to you, what does mine even count as?" Yi Yuan chuckled, but then he inquired, "Senior apprentice brother Zhang, what in the world happened to the Tranquil Cloud sect? Where are sect master, hall head Xiao, and the rest? Also, why is there not even a single C transformation realm elder in the sect?" Zhang Jing's expression changed, and he said hatefully, "The southern domain skies have completely changed. This purple mansion sect concealed too deeply." Zhang Jing recounted the events that happened to the southern domain these few months briefly to everyone. Turned out that after Yi Yuan and the others left, Luo Qingfeng, Xiao Jian, and Ling Patian immediately entered closed seclusion to cultivate, and planned on breaking through to the Soul Sea realm in one go. Luo Qingfeng did not disappoint. A month later, under SkyMapple's assistance, he finally broke through to the Soul Sea realm, becoming the Tranquil Cloud sect's second Soul Sea realm martial artist. Furthermore, Luo Qingfeng was a martial artist. His combat power was much stronger compared to SkyMapple's. With Luo Qingfeng this Soul Sea realm powerhouse, the Tranquil Cloud sect could be said to stand firmly on this title of 8 great sects. Xiao Jian and Ling Patian also both broke through and left seclusion not long after. The two of them broke through to half-step Soul Sea realm at the same time. Regarding this news, Yi Yuan was not surprised. Before he left, he knew that SkyMaple was refining soul-luring pills and medicinal pills that could aid Sea Transformation realm martial artists to break through. The few of them breaking through was naturally something within reason. Under such circumstances, the Tranquil Cloud sect could be said to be prospering with each Pa-s sing day. Yet, over a month ago, all of this underwent a change. The Heavenly Sky sect suddenly took the road to ruin by sending out hero invitations to the 7 great sects, inviting the sect masters of the various great sects to carry out a Southern Domain sect great meet. Even though Luo Qingfeng broke through to the Soul Sea realm, the Heavenly Sky sect was powerful after all. The sect masters of the 7 great sects still kept the appointment and went to the Heavenly Sky sect. Yet, after half a month, news suddenly came from the 7 great sects, saying that the Heavenly Sky sect forced the 7 great sect masters, requesting the 7 great sects to be merged into the Heavenly Sky sect. The 7 great sect masters refused to obey even in death and were detained by the Heavenly Sky sect. With this, the southern domain's 7 great sects completely exploded, all asking to send forces to suppress the Heavenly Sky sect. Right at this time, the Purple Mansion sect came out to raise their fist and shout, asking for the 7 great sects to gather together to launch a crusade against the Heavenly Sky sect. The Tranquil Cloud sect naturally had no reason to reject this. Grand Elder Skymaple and Xiao Jian brought a group of elders and elite disciples, and they joined the expedition's great army. But Skymaple was wary before he departed, gathering 20 of the sect's genius disciples with good prospects together, and letting a Sea Transformation Realm elder lead the team to quietly head for the northern domain. Yet, with this departure, they did not return anymore. A few days ago, only when an elder escaped back to the sect with heavy injuries, did the disciples know that turned out the entire southern domain was hoodwinked by the Purple Mansion sect. The Heavenly Sky sect convening this southern domain sect great meet was truly an action seeking their own doom. The Heavenly Sky sect's sect master was very arrogant during the great meet and wanted to forcefully integrate the 7 great sects into the Heavenly Sky sect. These were all the truth. But the final result was that the Purple Mansion sect's sect master, He Mingda, suddenly rose in revolt and took control of the other 7 sects' sect masters. Only then did the 7 great sect masters know that this normally very low-profile, He Mingda was actually a late-stage Soul Sea Realm powerhouse. In the southern domain, late-stage Soul Sea Realm was basically an invincible existence. Before the southern domain's sect great meet, He Mingda had long set up a backup plan and took control of the Heavenly Sky sect very quickly, sealing off the news. The Purple Mansion sect at this time, as the second strongest sect, lured out all of the 6 great sects' elite forces under summons. In the end, when they were launching a collective attack, the Purple Mansion sect suddenly launched an attack, catching the 6 sects completely unprepared. Only at this time did the 6 sects know of the Purple Mansion sect's terrifying strength. In this battle, over a dozen Soul Sea Realm powerhouses appeared all at once in the Purple Mansion sect. Even if the 6 great sects joined hands, how could they possibly be the Purple Mansion sect's match? Let alone that the Purple Mansion sect concealed so deeply, catching everybody completely off guard. With Sea Transformation Realm experts managing the array formation, the Tranquil Cloud sect's sect protecting Great Formation was already practically existing in name only. Under the teaming up of over a dozen Sea Transformation Realm experts, they attacked inside very quickly. Right at this moment, Yi Yuan and the others reached, saving a group of fellow apprentices. Chapter 447 Mei Zhen and the rest sucked in a cold breath when they heard it. Over a dozen Soul Sea Realm powerhouses could virtually sweep across the southern domain. Mei Zhen and the rest sucked in a cold breath when they heard it. Over a dozen Soul Sea Realm powerhouses could virtually sweep across the southern domain. Even the so-called number 1 great sect, the Heavenly Sky sect, did not have so many Soul Sea Realm powerhouses either. Let alone that the Purple Mansion sect's sect master was even a late-stage Soul Sea Realm powerhouse. The southern domain at this time was already the Purple Mansion sect's world. Yi Yuan also furrowed his brows when he heard and asked, "Sect master they all?" Zhang Jing said, "The Purple Mansion sect imprisoned all of the 7 sects' upper echelons in the Heavenly Sky sect's towering peak, and they have 3 Soul Sea Realm powerhouse standing guard." When everyone heard that, they all heaved a long sigh in relief. As long as they were alive, there was hope. But Zhang Jing's follow-up words plunged their hearts to rock bottom again. Zhang Jing said, The Purple Mansion sect seized a large batch of prisoners this time. I heard that they would kill a batch every day in front of the sect master and the various sect's grand elders. The goal is in order to make them surrender. I heard that there were already quite a number of the 6 sect's upper echelons that have surrendered. I don't know how long Grand Elder and Sect Master they all can endure. Purple Mansion sect, this bunch of people is really too despicable to actually be able to do this sort of inhuman thing. They will suffer the wrath of heaven. When Mei Zhen and the rest heard these words, they all gnashed their teeth in hatred. Yi Yuan suddenly let out a sigh and said, "Looks like the Purple Mansion sect has already been engineering this scheme for a very long time. Up until now, the Southern Domain's people are still unaware of what happened." Everyone's faces changed. Only now did they become aware of the severity of the problem. Mei Zhen and the rest who went deep into the fierce Gale world all knew that this was the Purple Mansion sect being the vanguard. The Purple Mansion sect was still using the ident 1. Tai as one of the 8 great sects right now to unite the Southern Domain. The opposition received would be much lower. But by the time the fierce Gale world invaded and the upper echelons of the 8 great sects all surrendered, the Southern Domain could no longer muster up an effective resistance. At that time, the Southern Domain's 8 great sects' land would instantly become the fierce Gale world's base area. They could easily gain a foothold in the Southern Domain and launch an attack on the Northern Domain. With the fierce Gale world's martial strength, attacking the Northern Domain was most likely something inevitable. Yi Yuan did not think that just 3 to 4 months' time passed, and the matter was already severe to this sort of extent. Zhang Jing perceived Yi Yuan's overtones and noticed that there seemed to be some things that he did not know. He could not resist asking, "Junior apprentice brother Yi, I wonder, what happened?" Yi Yuan sighed lightly and recounted the matter of the fierce Gale world invading to Zhang Jing. After Zhang Jing heard the details, his complexion was deathly pale. Even if he racked his brains, he never would have thought that the Purple Mansion sect was actually a chess piece left in the endless world by the fierce Gale world. This way, the Southern Domain might become the fierce Gale world's territory at any moment. Could it be that they were all going to become another world's martial artist slaves? Zhang Jing could not help shuddering. Right then, a large group of people suddenly rushed up from below the mountain. The one in the lead was actually a 7th-level C transformation realm expert. What these people were wearing were shockingly Purple Mansion sect outfits. And, what a bunch of dunces. Sent them to come to take care of the wrap-up, and they were actually killed off by a bunch of traws. Plus, said the person with a frown. When Zhang Jing saw the arrival, his expression immediately changed drastically. The strongest here was Mei Zhen. But he was only 3rd-level C transformation realm strength as well. Facing a 7th-level crystal formation realm martial artist, no matter how they looked at these people, there was no possibility of survival either. Zhang Jing wielded his sword and blocked in front of Yi Yuan, saying with a grave face, "Junior apprentice brother Yi, when the fighting starts in a while, I'll cover for you. You take advantage of the chaos to kill your way outside. With your strength, as long as you don't face up against that 7th-level C transformation realm, you should be able to escape." Zhang Jing saw Yi Yuan's combat strength earlier. It was overwhelmingly shocking for a moment. But he did not think that Yi Yuan could win a 7th-level C transformation realm. Between the two of them was an entire major realm difference. Who knew that? Yi Yuan said lightly, "Relax. This kind of trash, I haven't taken them seriously. Elder Mei, senior apprentice brother Mo, you bring the fellow apprentices to fall back. I'll go and have a direct exchange with this bunch of dregs." Mo Yuntian knew that he could not help and said with a nod, "All right. Junior apprentice brother Zhang, let's fall back. Don't hinder junior apprentice brother Yi venting his anger." Zhang Jing was stunned, and his mind was somewhat in a blur. Vent anger? Venting anger on a 7th-level C transformation realm? A 7th level crystal formation realm venting anger on a 7th level sea transformation realm? Wasn't this joke a little big? But did senior apprentice brother Mo look like somebody who made jokes? Could it be that Yi Yuan really had this strength? Zhang Jing's mind would not quite wrap itself around it for a moment. He knew that Yi Yuan was very strong. He also knew that Yi Yuan could cross realms to battle. But leaping an entire major realm to face the enemy was rather exaggerated, right? That move earlier was certainly very strong. But that was a large area slaughtering martial technique. Was it useful against a 7th level sea transformation realm? Mei Zhen and Mo Yuntian brought everyone to move back, instantly highlighting Yi Yuan out. When that 7th level sea transformation realm saw this scene, he could not help bursting into laughter, saying, "Ha ha! Your tranquil cloud sect is really pathetic. To actually let a 7th level crystal formation realm boy come send himself to death? Hey, that sea transformation realm, were you born in the year of the tortoise? To actually send such a boy to come and die?" Yi Yuan curled his mouth and said with a cold smile, "Dealing with you, I alone am sufficient. If you can touch me even a little, consider it my loss. Want me killed or dismembered, up to you." That 7th level sea transformation realm expert was stunned, and then laughed even more exaggeratedly, while the Purple Mansion sect disciples behind him also laughed loudly without stopping. The 7th level sea transformation realm turned around and said to the people behind him with a laugh, "Did you all hear that? He said that if I touched him even a little, it counts as his loss." Ha ha ha. Of course I heard that. I even thought that I heard it wrong. Turns out that Elder Du heard the same thing as I did. Is this boy an idiot? I'm dying of laughter. A 7th level crystal formation realm said to a 7th level sea transformation realm, "If you touch me, consider it my loss." Ha! I can't control myself anymore. The Tranquil Cloud sect is too amazing. To actually send out such a joker. Is this to make us all die of laughter? Ha ha! I'm dying. There were quite a few sea transformation realm experts in this group of people. Their strength was uncommon. It was more than enough to deal with these Tranquil Cloud sect stragglers and disbanded soldiers. And Yi Yuan's words completely jabbed their funny bone. Towards these people's mockery, Yi Yuan was expressionless. He said lightly, "I'll give you a chance for 10 moves. After 10 moves, you won't have any more chances." Ha ha! I, Du Yushan, roamed the southern domain freely for so many years. This is the first time I've met such a funny teenager like you. Killing you is somewhat pitiful. Leaving you behind to be a slave to entertain us brothers is something pretty good. However, you all killed so many people from the Purple Mansion sect. I can only send you to go meet King Yama. Finished talking, Du Yushan raised a hand with a smile, striking out a palm towards Yi Yuan through the air. This palm seemed slow but was in reality fast, instantly mustering horrifying heaven and earth essence energy. Killing a 7th level crystal formation realm martial artist was very much as he pleased. Yet, this blast of palm wind pus said through Yi Yuan's body just like this. Du Yuqing's smile was frozen on his face, while the laughter of those behind him ceased abruptly. Chapter 448 Elder Du, you aren't deliberately losing on purpose, right? A 7th level crystal formation realm boy, and you actually can't even take care of him in one move. Elder Du, you aren't deliberately losing on purpose, right? A 7th level crystal formation realm boy, and you actually can't even take care of him in one move? Yeah. Did you hear him talk about 10 moves, so you want to play with him? That move earlier completely did not hurt Norwich. Everyone behind clearly did not believe that Du Yushan could not handle a 7th level crystal formation realm. Yet, Du Yushan knew that he did not hold back in this attack. He used a full 30% strength. 30% strength was not considered much, but it was plenty to kill a 7th level crystal formation realm. However, this boy before his eyes actually evaded easily. It was seriously rather abnormal. Ha ha ha. This boy said 10 moves earlier, so this elder thought about playing with him. I want to see how many times he can dodge my attacks, Du Yuqing said with a look of embarrassment. Ha ha. Play then, just a bunch of dregs. Let them feel what is called despair. Someone concurred. Again. I'm going to play around well with this little Troz. Plus, Du Yuqing said with a laugh. The corner of Yi Yuan's mouth curled slightly with his face, showing contempt. He extended his hand and beckoned with his finger. The intent of scorn was completely unmasked. Du Yuqing's expression changed, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Boy, you're looking for death." As he said, Du Yuqing's palm salt once again. This time, he used 70% strength. The power could not be mentioned in the same breath. One palm Pennsylvania said. Yi Yuan still stood with his hands behind his back. Like that palm earlier completely did not happen. Yi Yuan was still beckoning his index finger with a disdainful look. This time, Du Yushan felt that his face could not hang in there. Gritting his teeth, his entire person vanished from where he stood. Bang! A huge hole was blasted out on the ground behind Yi Yuan. Du Yushan's figure appeared, only to see Yi Yuan slowly turn around and say coolly, 7th level C transformation realm only has this bit of capabilities? Double up. Stinking brat. It's you yourself seeking death. You only have yourself to blame for this. Du Yushan gnashed his teeth hatefully and said. Du Yushan erupted completely, staring at Yi Yuan and bombarding indiscriminately. Horrifying heaven and earth essence energy was mobilized, blasting towards Yi Yuan one move after another. Bang! 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 Dirt flew around the place Yi Yuan was standing at, kicking up clouds of dust and blocking people's sight. In a twinkle, 10 moves said. Du Yushan actually felt like collapsing. These 10 moves earlier, he already used all of his strength. Under such an attack, Yi Yuan could not possibly survive. Ha ha ha. Still be unbridled with me. This stinking brat really doesn't know how the word death is written. Du Yushan said with a loud laugh. Heh, to actually dare infuriate Elder Du, this boy is really soft in the head. I reckon that he's already blasted into meat paste now, right? However, this boy has some capabilities. To actually be able to evade Elder Du's first 3 rounds of attacks. He can also be considered as quite capable. Just a self-conceited fool who was insolent because of his ability. Such a person is destined to not live long. The Purple Mansion sex people were perfectly aware of Du Yuqing's attack. Those few moves earlier were his trump cards. How could Yi Yuan possibly survive under such horrifying attacks? Zhang Jing's expression changed. Du Yushan's attacks earlier were too terrifying. Separated so far away made him feel asphyxiated too. How could a crystal formation realm martial artist possibly survive under such an attack? Zhang Jing was just about to take some action when he was halted by Mo Yuntian. Relax. Junior apprentice brother Yi isn't that kind of wildly arrogant person. Since he dared to receive his 10 moves, he must have a grasp of the situation in his mind. Mo Yuntian's voice had yet to fade when an ice-cold voice came from that disorderly patch of dust as if it came from the underworld. Seriously weak. You dregs from the fierce Gale world only have this bit of ability? Since that's the case, then go and die. Hearing this voice, Du Yuqing's expression changed drastically. His scalp tingled and a feeling of terror welled up from the bottom of his heart. He instinctively felt that things were not good and turned around to flee. The sound of a dragon roar came from within the dust. The wind and fire colossal dragon carried a voice which made people's heart palpitate, charged over towards Du Yushan with extreme speed. Help! Du Yushan had yet to run far when he was completely swallowed up by the colossal dragon. The wretched screams entered everyone's ears. Regardless whether it was the Tranquil Cloud sect disciples or the people from the Purple Mansion sect, they were all quaking in their boots with fear. Especially the Purple Mansion sect. Each and every one of their faces showed immense shock. A kind of feeling called fear rose up from the bottom of everyone's heart, including those Sea Transformation Realm elders. Even the 7th level Sea Transformation Realm Duyushan crumbled in one blow like so. What did they even count as? Only persisted for a few breaths of time, and then Duyushan fell completely silent. The wind and fire colossal dragon dissipated. Only a mass of black smoke rose up. Duyushan actually did not even leave behind a corpse. And right then, the dust that was stirred up by Duyushan's attacks gradually dispersed, revealing that slightly skinny-looking profile of Yi Yuan's. The eyes the Purple Mansion sect disciples looked at Yi Yuan with was like looking at a primordial behemoth. Half-step Sea Transformation. How is this possible? A Purple Mansion sect's Sea Transformation Realm elder's old eyes nearly dropped to the ground. A moment ago, he was still 7th level Crystal Formation Realm. In the blink of an eye, Yi Yuan actually became a half-step Sea Transformation existence. Right at this moment, Yi Yuan's gaze also just happened to turn towards him, and actually flashed him a smile, saying, "Is it very despondent? Now, can you all understand the feelings of the Tranquil Cloud sect disciples?" Yi Yuan's smile looked like a completely harmless neighbor's big boy. But who would really take him to be a big boy from next door? This young man was simply the God of death descending upon the world. Run. Quickly run. That Sea Transformation Realm elder turned around and fled. Only then did the group of Purple Mansion sect disciples startle awake abruptly, scattering apart like birds and beasts. Help! That's a demon! Quickly flee! The Purple Mansion sect disciples instantly fell into a chaotic mess. They wished that their parents had given them a couple more legs to let them run a little faster. Very soon, all of their figures stopped abruptly, as if they were fixed in place, because in front of them, countless flower petals condensed and formed, sealing off all of their escape routes. That Sea Transformation Realm elder who was the first to run clenched his teeth and released his aura fully, wanting to charge past. Only to hear SLA's HI+ing sounds echo out. A badly mutilated corpse fell down from the air. This time, everyone despaired. Slam! A Purple Mansion sect disciple kneeled down towards Yi Yuan and actually cried, "Mercy! I know my error. Spare my dog life." Sniff. Sniff. This kneel of his was akin to a plague, instantly infecting all of the Purple Mansion sect disciples. The Purple Mansion sect disciple all kneeled down towards Yi Yuan, repenting and begging for mercy. Yi Yuan said with a cold smile, "When you all were killing those fellow sect members of mine below the mountain, did you ever thought about showing mercy? If I didn't make it over here in time today, most likely, the Tranquil Cloud sect would not have even fowls or dogs spared anymore, right? Therefore, all of you go and die." Chapter 449. Looking at the corpses scattered everywhere, Zhang Jing was dumbfounded for a long time. Looking at the corpses scattered everywhere, Zhang Jing was dumbfounded for a long time. Only a short 3 months or so had passed, and Yi Yuan was already in existence on a completely different level from them, these fellow apprentices. Not only did he rise a full major realm, he even had the strength to instantly kill a 7th level Sea Transformation realm in terms of combat strength already, crossing a major realm to battle. This was something that Zhang Jing did not even dare to imagine. But Yi Yuan accomplished it effortlessly. Recalling back when he left Yi Yuan into the sect, Zhang Jing had a feeling like it was a whole other life. That young man not far away was destined to be someone from a different world from them mere mortals. A few months of not seeing him, junior apprentice brother Yi actually already matured to such a level. Zhang Jing muttered under his breath. In truth, the astonishment in Mo Yuntian's heart was not much lesser than Zhang Jing's. Although he knew that Yi Yuan's present combat power was stunning, this was his first time truly seeing it. killing a 7th level C transformation realm in one move. The shock from such an impact was too great. Hearing Zhang Jing's emotional sigh, Mo Yuntian said in relief, "It was also thanks to Yi Yuan. Otherwise, the few of us would have long died in a foreign land. These fellow sect apprentices would probably also die without a burial ground." Mei Zhen and the rest crowded in front of Yi Yuan and asked concernedly, "Yi Yuan, your body still isn't fully recovered. Are you all right?" Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "Not a big issue. Compared to the fight with Zhao Qinggan, this earlier could only be said to be a warm-up. Likewise, 7th level C transformation realm, the disparity between the two was too great." Mei Zhen nodded and said, "Good that you're fine. Yi Yuan, you're the Tranquil Cloud sect's final hope now. You must take care not to force things." "Thank you for Elder Mei's concern. I'll take notice. And, now that the sect is already broken up, where should we go?" When Mei Zhen said these words, everyone perked their ears up, wanting to hear what Yi Yuan would say. At this time now, Yi Yuan was already where all of Tranquil Cloud sect's hopes lay. Even Mei Zhen, this C transformation realm elder, also quietly took Yi Yuan as the person in charge of things. Yi Yuan ruminated for a moment and said, "Since Grand Elder, Sect Master Luo, and the rest are not dead, we obviously have to think of ways to rescue them out. But we aren't the Purple Mansion sect's match right now. Therefore, we can only wait." "Wait? Wait for what?" Mei Zhen did not quite understand Yi Yuan's intentions, and asked in puzzlement. "Wait for an opportunity. I believe that the Purple Mansion sect will discover that something unforeseen happened on here on the Tranquil Cloud sect's side very soon. They are bound to send even stronger martial artists over here. And what we need to do is to stand fast at this final piece of locus of the southern domain and wait for the northern domain's response." Yi Yuan said. When these words of Yi Yuan came out, everyone's faces changed. "You're saying, we are to defend the Tranquil Cloud sect to the death?" Mei Zhen asked in surprise. "That's right. But, Yi Yuan, I know that you're very strong and that there are already very few C transformation realm martial artists that can threaten your existence. But you have to know that the Purple Mansion sect has over a dozen Soul C realm powerhouses." Mei Zhen reminded. He did not know where Yi Yuan's confidence came from. Although it was hard to comprehend that Yi Yuan could deal with C transformation realm martial artists, the reality happened right before his eyes. He had no choice but to accept it. Yet to say that Yi Yuan could deal with Soul C realm powerhouses, he would not believe it even if he was pummeled to death either. Take 10,000 steps back to say, even if Yi Yuan could really deal with Soul C realm martial artists, the Purple Mansion sect had over a dozen Soul C realms. Could it be that Yi Yuan could sweep them clean all at once? Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Of course I won't be foolish enough to clash head-on with Soul C realm powerhouses. However, we still have the sect protecting Grand Array, don't we?" "Sect protecting Grand Array?" Mei Zhen was stunned, and then he said in bewilderment, "Without Soul C realm martial artists or a powerhouse with sect master's level of strength, the sect protecting Grand Array simply can't unleash power at all. Furthermore, even if they are here presiding over the array formation, they can at most withstand early-stage Soul C realm martial artists. But the Purple Mansion sect's sect master is a late-stage Soul C realm powerhouse." Yi Yuan did not reply Mei Zhen's words, but he swept a glance over the Tranquil Cloud sect's remaining disciples, saying coolly, "I wonder if my fellow seniors and juniors can trust me, Yi Yuan?" These few hundred Tranquil Cloud sect disciples remaining could be said to all be the Tranquil Cloud sect's elite disciples. The majority of them were Crystal Formation realm martial artists. These people all willingly stayed behind to share life and death together with the sect, for the sake of striving for time for that batch of elite disciples to escape. In truth, before this, they had the chance to flee helter-skelter. But they chose to stay behind to die without prior consultation. From this, it could be seen how great the Tranquil Cloud sect's cohesive strength was. It was precisely because so that Yi Yuan was unbelievably furious at those Purple Mansion sect disciples who invaded and exterminated every last one of them. Seeing Yi Yuan raising a question, these disciples could not help exchanging glances. Actually, using one's brain to think about it, standing fast and on defensive in the Tranquil Cloud sect was a terrible plan. The Purple Mansion sect practically already unified the Endless World's southern domain. The Tranquil Cloud sect was already a lone island. As long as the Purple Mansion sect wanted, they could focus all of their firepowers to attack the Tranquil Cloud sect. Relying on a sect protecting Grand Array at this time to withstand a bunch of Soul Sea Realm powerhouses, this was something that only a moron would do. Yet, the problem was that was Yi Yuan a moron? Or perhaps, Yi Yuan was deliberately making them jump into a fire pit? If Yi Yuan did it in order to send them to their deaths, why would he take such a superfluous action earlier and save them? Junior Apprentice Brother Yi, I believe you. Junior Apprentice Brother Yi, our lives were saved by you. You ask us to die, we absolutely won't furrow our brows. Junior Apprentice Brother Yi, we'll fight with you. After a moment of silence, those Tranquil Cloud sect disciples' supporting voices surged over like floodwaters. Yi Yuan already used strength and used action to thoroughly subjugate them. On the juncture that the Tranquil Cloud sect was already to be annihilated, it was Yi Yuan who came forward and tried and turned back the tides. What right did they have to not trust Yi Yuan? Seeing this scene, everyone had a feeling of their hot blood boiling. In this instant, the Purple Mansion sect, which was powerful until it made people feel suffocated, did not seem so scary anymore either. Good. Since my fellow seniors and juniors all trust me, Yi Yuan, we'll all fight a good one with the Purple Mansion sect together. Let them see that our Tranquil Cloud sect is not to be trifled with. Yi Yuan yelled out loud and clear. F***CK the Purple Mansion sect. We want to make them pay blood for blood. Blood for blood. Blood for blood. These people were not foreign to Yi Yuan. Ever since he entered the Tranquil Cloud sect, he created once miracle after another. And today, who knew if he could create another miracle? Yi Yuan's might already completely stirred up these people's hot blood. These fellow apprentices did not lack the spirit of looking death calmly in the face. What they lacked was powerful confidence. And today, Yi Yuan gave them confidence. Yi Yuan extended his hand and pressed down, gesturing for everyone to quiet down. He called out in a clear voice, "From today onwards, our Tranquil Cloud sect will activate the Yin-Yang Turbid Heaven Grand Array, and we'll completely seal the mountain. I'll refine medicinal pills for everybody to raise everyone's strength as quickly as possible. At that time, I'll need to borrow every senior's and junior's strength. We'll defend together the southern domain's final lone island." Chapter 450. The following few days, Yi Yuan sank into an extremely busy schedule. The following few days, Yi Yuan sank into an extremely busy schedule. He first refined several transcendent-grade essence vigor pills, and he finally replenished the lost blood essence fully. As one of the 8 great sects, although the Tranquil Cloud sect had declined awfully, they still had a considerable reserve of Tier 3 spirit medicines. There were enough for Yi Yuan to refine. When Yi Yuan was refining pills, Xiao Rian acted as an assistant by the side. She took Yi Yuan's entire pill refinement process fully into her eyes. Coming out from the pill refinement room, Xiao Rian's entire person was in a state of stupor. Only when she observed Yi Yuan's pill refinement in close distance did she finally know how formidable this master she acknowledged. Yi Yuan was clearly refining Tier 3 medicinal pill, but Xiao Rian actually could not understand Yi Yuan's refinement technique. Xiao Rian's standards were not low. But it was precisely so that she had an even deeper understanding of how high Yi Yuan's standards were. This could be said as unintentionally planting a willow tree, and the willow tree would become a shade. Xiao Rian suddenly felt that she was too fortunate. Not only could she be together with Yi Yuan, but she could also even raise her alchemy skills. Next, Yi Yuan made use of the square cauldron to refine a large batch of Tier 2 and Tier 3 medicinal pills and distributed them to the sect's disciples. The result was that a few days later, columns of essence energy storms formed in the tranquil cloud sect. There were disciples successfully breaking through everywhere. Many disciples were stuck in the state of peak spirit condensation realm. This batch of medicinal pills created a large batch of crystal formation realm disciples. There were even a minority of peak 9th level crystal formation realm disciples who broke through to the sea transformation realm without a hitch after consuming the medicinal pills that Yi Yuan refined. The strength of the tranquil cloud sect disciples rose a level collectively. After the disciples noticed such a transformation, their admiration for Yi Yuan all reached a degree that could not be surpassed. As said. For a moment, Yi Yuan's prestige reached the pinnacle. His prestige among the disciples right now was most likely no longer inferior to sect master Luo Qingfeng. When the disciples there were all breaking through, Yi Yuan brought Mei Zhen to the center of the tranquil cloud sect's array formation. Yi Yuan, you say that you want to restart the Yin-Yang Turbid Heaven Grand Array. Could it be that us, these remnant troops and defeated soldiers, can really rely on this grand array to resist those Soul Sea realm powerhouses? Mei Zhen still asked, half believing, half doubtfully. The power of the array formation not only hinged on the rank of the array formation, it even relied on the level of the person controlling the array formation. Right now, the strongest among them was also Mei Zhen, this sea transformation realm. Moreover, he was utterly ignorant about array formations and completely could not unleash the power of the Grand Array. Mei Zhen knew that Yi Yuan's formation path attainments were exceedingly high. However, he was only crystal formation realm. Even if he managed the array formation, could he withstand the wanton bombardment of Soul Sea realms? This was not inside the mystic realm where Yi Yuan could play his opponent to death inside the array formation. Soul Sea realm martial artists would definitely break the formation with force. When the time came, how should they withstand? Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Of course I can't sustain by myself. But don't we still have so many seniors and juniors?" Mei Zhen said in surprise, "But these sect disciples all don't know array formations." Yi Yuan said, "Doesn't matter if they don't know. I just need to know." Mei Zhen was speechless. Up until now, Mei Zhen did not know what Yi Yuan wanted to do either. Although he had doubts in his heart, he knew that Yi Yuan would not do reckless things and would not treat the lives of the Tranquil Cloud sect disciples as a joke. "Fine then. Even if you have a way, the Yin-Yang Turbid Heaven Grand Array seem to only be able to deal with early-stage Soul Sea realm martial artists, right?" Mei Zhen said. "Haha. When I just entered the sect, I discovered that this array formation has many flaws, resulting in the power of the array formation to be greatly discounted. Fortunately, the southern domain still didn't have any formidable adversaries at that time, so the sect could protect itself," Yi Yuan said with a light laugh. Mei Zhen said with a frown, "You mean to say that the power of this array formation far exceeds this?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, "That's right. The Yin-Yang Turbid Heaven Grand Array is a quasi-Tier 5 array formation. It is ample to withstand a peak Soul Sea realm's full-powered attack. What does a mere 7th-level Soul Sea realm even count as?" Mei Zhen exclaimed in surprise, "There's actually such a thing? But the people in the sect thought that this is a low-rank Tier 4 array formation all along. If my conjectures are right, this array formation should have had some losses when the Tranquil Cloud sect was forced to move southwards. Maybe the array formation was missing some necessary part. Maybe even the array formation itself was lost, and the array master relied on his own comprehension to restore the array formation, but there were deficiencies within," Yi Yuan said. In fact, Yi Yuan's conjectures were already very close to the truth. Back then, when the Tranquil Cloud sect moved southwards, large quant. 1. ties of records all went missing to some extent. Even the two most important articles of the sect's cultivation methods were lost, let alone an array formation. Back then, a Soul Sea Realm array master only comprehended this set of array formation to an 80% standard. He could only restore this set of array formation to this degree. The array master later attempted to complete the Yin-Yang Turbid Heaven Grand Array. But this set of array formation was rather profound. He did not restore it even till his own death. In a blink, 1,000 years passed, said. The Tranquil Cloud Sect's people had long forgotten this segment of history and even thought that this set of array formation was a low-rank Tier 4 array formation. But the Southern Domain martial artist's strength was not strong. This set of half-baked sect-protecting Grand Array was also barely sufficient to use. However, a late-stage Soul Sea Realm martial artist appeared in the Southern Domain now. This set of array formation was clearly inadequate already. There was actually such a thing. I'm an elder and actually don't know a whit as well, Meijin said powerlessly. Yi Yuan said with a smile, with my present realm, I naturally can't set up the Yin-Yang Turbid Heaven Grand Array. But the sect-protecting Grand Array is a complete Grand Array. If it's just modifying a little and completing the array formation, I can still manage it. Unless the fierce Gale World's divine traversing realm powerhouses can cross the Pa's sageway, no body can break in. Hearing Yi Yuan's explanation, Mei Zhen was also briming with confidence at this moment. But he heaved a sigh and said, for our Tranquil Cloud sect to be able to take in a disciple like you, it's seriously the sect's lucky stars. Yi Yuan said smilingly, why does Elder Mei say that? Since I joined the sect, I'm naturally a part of the Tranquil Cloud sect. When the sect is in trouble, I should offer a portion of strength. We just have to hold on to the Tranquil Cloud sect, and the Purple Mansion sect will be unable to set up the situation in the Southern Domain leisurely. As long as the Northern Domain reacts, the Purple Mansion sect being destroyed is something inevitable. It's just that we must hurry before the Realm Pa's sageway completely links up and let the Northern Domain's various sects know about the events that happened in the Southern Domain. Meijin perceived the meaning in Yi Yuan's word and said somberly, Yi Yuan, don't need to be so courteous with me. Whatever instructions you have, just say it. Yi Yuan nodded and said, Elder Mei knows the whole story about the matter. I'm thinking of letting you go to the Northern Domain to notify the Myriad Sword Sect, Heavenly Martial Sect, and the Profound Ice Sect, these three sects, and make them send people to aid the Southern Domain and eradicate the Purple Mansion Sect. This situation at present, only Elder Mei alone has the capabilities to take on this mission. Although he long had expectations, Meijin's expression still changed and he said, can't another person be swapped to do this thing? I at least have some strength. Staying behind to offer up a portion of strength is good as well. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, the honorousness of your mission is still above defending the sect. The Tranquil Cloud sect is just a small plot of land, while what the fierce Gale world wants to invade is the entire endless world. If the Northern Domain is ill-informed about the news and doesn't know the fierce Gale world's ambition, the outcome will be too dreadful to contemplate. Hence, you have to make this trip no matter what. Meijin's expression flickered for a moment and said with Yi Yuan with clasped hands, Meijin definitely won't fail the mission. Chapter 451 On a wide plain, human figures moved about. On a wide plain, human figures moved about. Here was the Purple Mansion sect's forward position, specialized in being responsible for attacking the Tranquil Cloud sect and two other sections. Ma Yi was the commander of this team of martial artists. He was a first-level Soul Sea Realm powerhouse and also the Purple Mansion sect's Grand Elder. At this time, the other two sects' reports of success already came over. Only the Tranquil Cloud sect's side had no news. Ma Yi's brows were locked tightly at this time. Evidently, his mood was very bad. The other two sects' strength was much stronger than the Tranquil Cloud sect. They were all fine. Only the tranquil cloud sect side with the weakest strength seemed to have a problem. The Purple Mansion sect sent out 3 commanders in order to exterminate the 6 great sects and unite the southern domain under the Purple Mansion sect's rule. The upper echelons of the 6 great sects were basically already under control. Attacking completely did not expend any effort. The 3 commanders all had a rivaling relations, HI+P, and were also seizing every minute and second to strive to take down 3 sects first. But who knew that his side here just had to have a problem? Duyushan, that moron, wouldn't really be unable to even take care of a tranquil cloud sect, right? Ma Yu gnashed his teeth hatefully. Right at this time, a disciple entered the tent and bowed to Ma Yi, and then he said, reporting to Grand Elder, news came from the tranquil cloud sect's side. Elder Du's party were completely annihilated. The Tranquil Cloud sect reactivated the sect-protecting Grand Array and sealed off the sect. Ma Yi stood up at once. Grabbing that disciple's collar, he said with a ferocious look, "What did you say? Duyushan's army was completely wiped out? Could it be that the Tranquil Cloud sect still has peak sea transformation or soul sea realm expert? Duyushan was a 7th level sea transformation powerhouse. Unless the Tranquil Cloud sect still had 8th level sea transformation and above existences, how could they possibly have wiped out Duyushan's army completely? But that lousy place like the Tranquil Cloud sect did not have many sea transformation realm experts in total either. Now they were basically all captured by the Purple Mansion sect. How could the sect still have such a powerhouse existing inside? That disciple was taken aback with fright and spluttered, "D-disciple isn't clear either. 2 days ago, disciple brought the scout team and went to the Tranquil Cloud sect to investigate the news. The result was that we discovered that Elder Du they were all decapitated and then being hung outside the sect gates. Over 10 sea transformation realm elders were all decapitated, and their corpses were displayed in public view." Bang! A blast of force flew by that disciple's ear, pulverizing a stone table behind him into pieces. "What did you say?" Ma Yi said word by word. That disciple nearly peed himself and said with a tremble, "G Grand Elder, calm your anger. Calm your *SS anger. Tranquil Cloud sect. Hee, excellent, excellent. Decapitating as a public warning. Their guts are really plenty fat." Ma Yi suddenly looked at that disciple and asked, "What other news is there?" As he said, Ma Yi let go of that disciple's collar and threw him out. That disciple hurriedly crawled up and said, "The Tranquil Cloud sect even erected a stone plaque in front of the sect gates. Written on it, Trespa. Sirs, kill without amnesty." Heh, kill without amnesty? This seat wants to see how you all kill with amnesty. Send the orders. The whole army is to decamp and set off for the Tranquil Cloud sect." Ma Yi said coldly. The disciple felt as if being relieved of immense pressure and scurried off. In front of the Tranquil Cloud sect's mountain gates, Ma Yi looked at Duyushan's and the others' heads grimly, as well as that stone plaque written using brush pen in red ink. "Come men. Go and retrieve their heads," Ma Yi ordered. A small team dashed out very quickly, wanting to collect back Duyushan's head. Yet, when they had just crossed that stone plaque, several streaks of pale yellow flowing light suddenly danced about. Arg! Wretched screams echoed together. These streams of light were very formidable, willfully harvesting the lives of that small team of martial artists. In virtually a blink of an eye, the small team was completely wiped out. Ma Yi's face was incomparably somber. He knew that this was the Tranquil Cloud sect's sect-protecting Grand Array activated. With the power of the sect-protecting Grand Array, killing these martial artists were too easy. But Ma Yi had a faint feeling that the power of this Grand Array seemed to be extraordinary. "Zhu Mingyu, you bring a few people to test out the power of that Grand Array. Remember, take care not to cross that stone plaque. Just feel out its power will do," Ma Yi reminded him. Zhu Mingyu was a general under him, a peak C transformation realm powerhouse. Sending him to probe out the power of the Grand Array was perfect. If the Tranquil Cloud sect still had C transformation realm experts there, at the very most, it could also just maintain the Grand Array at the standard of peak C transformation realm. Zhu Mingyu adding in a few other C transformation realm martial artists were sufficient to shake the Grand Array. Zhu Mingyu obeyed the orders and marched out, bringing quite a few C transformation realm experts in front of the Grand Array. Everybody, don't hold back. All execute your strongest attack. We'll join hands to crack this Grand Array. Zhu Mingyu said. Yes. Everyone cried out in unison and started to muster heaven and earth essence energy in full force. In a moment, a terrifying aura creeped out in the air. The attack of a peak C transformation realm martial artist was already extremely powerful, let alone multiple late-stage C transformation realm martial artists. The power of the combined attacks of these people was simply not what the average martial artist could withstand. Everybody listen to my command. Focus the attacks on one point of the Grand Array. Go! Zhu Mingyu hollered, only to see that under his command, 7 to 8 immensely powerful attacks rumbled towards the Grand Array. The coordination of these people was clearly highly tacit. The place that they attacked was not the slightest bit off, and the timing was also grasped very well, practically arriving at the same time. Rumble! A huge sound. But the Grand Array did not budge an inch, while Zhu Mingyu and the rest flew out backward. Poo work! Several people vomited a mouthful of blood at the same time. They were actually wounded by the Grand Array's backlash power. How can this Grand Array be so strong? It actually didn't budge an inch under the combined attacks of Elder Zhu they all. I heard that the Tranquil Cloud sect's Grand Array is called the Yin-Yang Turbid Heaven Grand Array. But this set of array formation is just a low-rank tier 4 array formation. The Tranquil Cloud sect doesn't even have a C transformation realm martial artist right now. Why is the power of this sect protecting Grand Array so powerful? Could it be that it must need Grand Elder to personally take action to be able to crack this Grand Array? Ma Yi's expression was very ugly currently. Could it be that there was actually still a Soul C realm expert hidden within the Tranquil Cloud sect? If that was really the case, then it was going to be troublesome. But the Tranquil Cloud sect only had Sky Maple at the Soul C realm all along. Luo Qinfeng just broke through not long ago. Apart from them, who else in the Tranquil Cloud sect could be Soul C realm? Ma Yi racked his brains and could not figure it out either. Who cares what the HELLUR? My Purple Mansion sect's grand momentum is already formed. Is it possible for a puny little Tranquil Cloud sect to still flip the heaven? I'll give a try today, just what kind of power this lousy array formation has. Ma Yi leaped high into the air and arrived before the Grand Array, only to see him face his palm towards the sky, muttering verses from his mouth. Horrifying essence energy instantly converged around him. This was the formidable aspect of Soul C realm martial artists. Maneuvering heaven and earth essence energy with the might of the divine soul cooperating with the essence energy C was simply effortless. Extreme essence heaven axis palm. Break for me. Ma Yi mustered 80% essence energy in one breath. An extremely dreadful attack flew towards the Grand Array. Chapter 452 Grand Elder is so strong. If I were the one receiving this move, even 100, 1,000 of me would all die too. Grand Elder is so strong. If I were the one receiving this move, even 100, 1,000 of me would all die too. Yeah. All are mortals below Soul C realm. Grand Elder is on a completely different level from us. Luckily, there's Grand Elder here. Otherwise, we would be completely helpless against this Grand Array. Now that Grand Elder personally took action, this Grand Array will break for sure. Tranquil Cloud sect this bunch of trash actually became a retracted head turtle. When we raid inside in a while, I'll definitely pull their heads out from their turtle shell. Ma-E was well deserving of being a Soul Sea Realm powerhouse. This extreme essence heaven axis palm move was exceedingly terrifying. Just that mighty power was enough to make other martial artists feel fear. A Soul Sea Realm martial artist's attack could only be withstood by a Soul Sea Realm martial artist. This was general knowledge for martial artists. Zhao Qinggan, that kind of talented prodigy, crossed realms to battle as easily as drinking water. But to let him fight with a Soul Sea Realm martial artist, it was still certain death. Even the most ordinary Soul Sea Realm martial artist, their might was also not what Sea Transformation Realm martial artists could compare with. Compared to the fleshy body, the divine soul was evidently closer to heaven and earth and nature. Soul Sea Realm martial artists communicated with heaven and earth essence energy through the divine soul. The speed and quality mustered were far from comparable to Sea Transformation Realm martial artists. And it was precisely this sort of advantage combined together with even more powerful Tier 4 martial techniques. The power of Soul Sea Realm martial artists made practically all martial artists beneath Soul Sea Realm feel despair. The Purple Mansion sect disciples had blind faith in the Soul Sea Realm Ma-E and thought that this attack could absolutely blast the Grand Array open. Soul Sea Realm in the hearts of the Southern Domain sect disciples was actually around the same as the position of the Wind Emperor in the hearts of the Fierce Gale World martial artists. Yet, the matter completely did not develop in the direction which the people hoped for in their hearts. Just as Ma-Ye's palm force was about to reach the Grand Array erupted once more. All of a sudden, dozens of flowing light streams came out from the Grand Array. Hi+ing for Ma-Ye's palm force. Ma-Ye's face carried a confident smile when he struck out the palm. But at this time, his expression changed drastically. Those dozens of flowing light streams eradicated his palm force like cruise. Hi+ing dead leaves. But it was not over yet. After those flowing lights obliterated Ma-Ye's palm force, it actually came chasing after Ma-Ye. Ma-E did not think that such a change would actually occur, and his expression changed dramatically. To be able to instantly obliterate his 80% essence energy attack, the might of this Grand Array was absolutely not what he could withstand. No time left to think. Under everyone's eyes, Ma-E turned around and ran. Yet, the speed of the flowing lights was exceptionally swift. Ma-E just ran out not for long, and the flowing lights caught up to him. Boom! A huge sound rang out. Under the Purple Mansion sect's stupefied gazes, a silhouette dropped down from the air powerlessly. Slam! Ma-Ye's corpse slammed heavily onto the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Everyone had blank faces, and there was actually no one who reached out to receive it. All the way until that Ma-S of dust gradually dissipated did everyone finally woke up abruptly. What happened? Don't know. What's with Grand Elder? Can't have. Pooh! Grand Elder is a Soul Sea Realm powerhouse. How can he be killed so easily by the Grand Array? He must have fainted. At this time, Zhu Mingyu walked out from the crowd. He was blasted until severely wounded by the Grand Array's backlash strength. At this time, he still held his chest, his steps somewhat wobbly. Zhu Mingyu's face was solemn, his brows tightly knitted. It was also uncertain if it was due to injuries or because of Ma-E. Zhu Mingyu came close, and his figure involuntarily came to a stop. Grand Elder Pa-S said away. Zhu Mingyu himself did not know how he said those words. He felt that his brain was a little lacking. Ma-E already had no vital signs. He was clearly totally dead already. In front of the tranquil cloud sex gates, it was deathly quiet. There were only the whimpering sounds of gusts of breeze. A Soul Sea Realm powerhouse of his generation was actually garroted by the tranquil cloud sect protecting Grand Array. In the entire southern domain, how many years had it been since a Soul Sea Realm powerhouse died? Zhu Mingyu and the other Purple Mansion sect disciples were unable to accept this outcome. But Ma Yi's corpse repeatedly told them that this was a truth. In the Tranquil Cloud sect's Grand Array axis, all the disciples were covered from head to toe in sweat, appearing rather worn out. But the expression on their faces showed that they were very excited. It was as if they were injected with stimulants. Everyone's faces were flushed red. Looking at that figure in front, their eyes revealed fervent idolizing look. They all clearly wanted to speak, but they desperately suppressed their impulse, for fear that they would startle Yi Yuan, who was currently directing the Grand Array. Suddenly, Yi Yuan turned around slowly and said coolly, "The Purple Mansion sect has already retreated. This battle we've won." Woo! These Tranquil Cloud sect disciples immediately erupted with thunderous laughter. Ever since Sky Maple and Luo Qingfeng were detained, there had never been such cheering and laughter in the Tranquil Cloud sect. This battle was too satisfactory to the heart's content. Long live Yi Yuan! Long live Yi Yuan! Yi Yuan laughed too. He knew that these fellow sect members have been holding back for too long and very much needed a victory to release their emotions. Yi Yuan killed a Soul Sea Realm powerhouse with the aid of the Grand Array's power. This was a victory with an extraordinary meaning. For a moment, the entire Tranquil Cloud sect was seething. This feeling is too great. What did we do? We actually slew a Soul Sea Realm powerhouse. Ha ha ha. To be able to kill a Soul Sea Realm powerhouse, this lifetime is also enough. In the future, even if it's to die for the sect, I'll also die without regrets. Hey, did you know? That was a Soul Sea Realm powerhouse. Soul Sea Realm powerhouse. I actually killed a Soul Sea Realm. Ha. Ha ha. Next time, I'm going to tell my son that his old man once killed a Soul Sea Realm powerhouse. So King satisfying. I even thought that Yi Yuan activating the sect protecting Grand Array was just to huddle like a turtle and defend. Who knew that he would actually take the initiative to attack? A single attack and he killed a Soul Sea Realm powerhouse. These Tranquil Cloud sect disciples all seemed to be in a state of madness, releasing their emotions to their heart's content. These few days, Yi Yuan underwent a complete remake of the Yin-Yang Turbid Heaven Grand Array. Not only did he restore that missing portion of the Grand Array, he even connected several hundred miniature array formations at the Grand Array's central. These hundreds of miniature array formations were presided by several hundred Tranquil Cloud sect disciples. Yi Yuan could draw out these several hundred people's essence energy through the array's pivot, and provide a steady stream of support for the Yin-Yang Turbid Heaven Grand Array. A Soul Sea Realm's one move could instantly kill these several hundred Tranquil Cloud sect disciples. But the essence energy released by these disciples via the Grand Array could form a terrifying attack that could directly kill Soul Sea Realm martial artists. Even though this was the heroic feat accomplished by everyone making a concerted effort, the several hundred Tranquil Cloud sect disciples were deeply affected as if they experienced it personally. Slaying a Soul Sea Realm powerhouse. This was something that they did not even dare to think about last time. Currently, the eyes that these Tranquil Cloud sect disciples looked at Yi Yuan with were filled with fanatical wars. Hi+P. This victory was brought to them by Yi Yuan. Without Yi Yuan, they might not even be able to ward off Sea Transformation Realm martial artists. But with Yi Yuan, they killed a Soul Sea Realm powerhouse. Chapter 453 in a flash, 2 days Pa said. The residual heat from slaying a Soul Sea Realm powerhouse not only did not Pa but it also gradually firmly established itself within the Tranquil Cloud sect. In a flash, 2 days Pa said. The residual heat from slaying a Soul Sea Realm powerhouse not only did not Pa but it also gradually firmly established itself within the Tranquil Cloud sect. Receiving the stimulation from this incident, everyone cultivated frenziedly. In the past, many people would drift along. But now, not a single person slacked off. These 2 days, Yi Yuan did not idle either. Under the consistence of medicinal pills, his essence energy previously already reached peak 7th level crystal formation. Making use of these 2 days, Yi Yuan successfully broke through to the 8th level crystal formation realm. When Yi Yuan exited seclusion, Mo Yuntian was already standing guard outside the door. Seeing Yi Yuan, Mo Yuntian's eyebrows raised up. Heaving a sigh, he said, "Junior apprentice brother Yi, recalling back then when I received and welcomed you into the sect, you were only at the 2nd level spirit condensation. But at present you've already caught up to me. So much so that in terms of combat strength, you can already have a showdown with late-stage C transformation realms." Although Mo Yuntian was a broad-minded person, seeing his little junior brother in the past surpass him in such a short time, he could not avoid being somewhat dejected still after being happy for Yi Yuan. Regarding such a situation, Yi Yuan knew that it was unavoidable as well. Senior apprentice brother Mo's talent is not poor. Breaking through to the Soul Sea realm in the future is already set in stone. Yi Yuan did not know how he should console either and could only say it as it was. Mo Yuntian gave a sigh and said, "The sect's records are lost. Wanting to break through to Soul Sea realm is easier said than done." Even Sect Master Luo was also stuck at peak 9th level C transformation for many years, only barely managing to break through to Soul Sea after obtaining Grand Elder's soul luring pill. But at present, Grand Elder's Sky Maple has fallen behind bars. Hearing Mo Yuntian's words, Yi Yuan's eyes flickered, and he said to Mo Yuntian, "Senior apprentice brother, come with me." Mo Yuntian was somewhat bewildered, but still followed after. Before long, the two people arrived at Victory Peak. Yi Yuan sized up all around for a bit and arrived before a 1,000-foot wide huge boulder. "Right here," Yi Yuan said with a smile. Mo Yuntian did not know what Yi Yuan had up his sleeves and could not resist asking, "Junior brother, what are you trying to do?" Senior brother must watch well in a while," Yi Yuan said with a laugh. With a clink, Songhua sword was drawn. Swiss. H. plus Swaz. H. plus Swaz. H. plus Yi Yuan's long sword danced, sparks flying in all directions, and stone rubble falling profusely. After a moment, a sword character gradually took form. Mo Yuntian looked at that plain and unremarkable sword character but remained very baffled still. This sword did not seem to have many extraordinary aspects, right? Swapping Mo Yuntian to carve himself, he could similarly do it. It was at the very most the standards of spirit condensation realm. Yi Yuan tiptoed and bounded up lightly. In an area 10 feet above, he inscribed the next sword character once more. He did not pause, leaping up another 10 foot, engraving another sword character again. Mo Yuntian still did not make out what remarkable aspects this character had. At most, it was slightly harder than before. Yi Yuan jumped higher and higher. The sword character on the huge boulder became increasingly more as well, while Mo Yuntian's face gradually became solemn. By the time Yi Yuan carved the 6th sword character, Mo Yuntian finally knew what Yi Yuan wanted to do. Could it be that Yi Yuan wanted to use the method of inscribing characters to engrave his comprehension of the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art all onto this huge boulder? With a thought up to here, Mo Yuntian no longer dared to slight it, gluing his eyes on the sword in Yi Yuan's hand. Although Mo Yuntian charged out of the Nine Heavens Road, his comprehension towards the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art was not considered too profound. It was even inferior to Tian Yu's to some extent. With such an opportunity to view and emulate, how could he possibly let it slip by? The sword character on the huge boulder became increasingly more, and also progressively more deep and profound. Mo Yuntian actually had a feeling of being unable to keep up. Yi Yuan was using the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art to inscribe the characters. The concept within the characters Mo Yuntian understood fully. but he suddenly discovered that in his understanding towards sword intent previously, many areas were actually wrong. By the time Yi Yuan carved the 21st sword character, Mo Yuntian's head felt as if it had exploded, and he actually had a feeling of suddenly seeing it in a whole new light. Yi Yuan started engraving from Spirit Condensation Realm Sword Intent. By the time it reached the 21st word, it was already the 3rd level C transformation Sword Intent. And Mo Yuntian's present Sword Intent comprehension was already stuck here for very long. When Yi Yuan's 21st sword character's final stroke was completed, Mo Yuntian actually felt his mind clear up, his chest incomparably free from inhibitions. The dense fog which was stuck there for a long time was like being dispelled and seeing the sun. It was as if suddenly seeing the light. At this time, Mo Yuntian's eye did not even dare to blink, fearful of missing any one of Yi Yuan's actions. But starting from the 22nd character, Mo Yuntian began to have a feeling of having difficulty comprehending. He gradually started to fall behind Yi Yuan's rhythm. By the time Yi Yuan inscribed until the 24th character, Mo Yuntian already could not make head or tail of it. He only felt that each sword character had sword chi crisscrossing, giving people a very sharp feeling. By the time Yi Yuan carved the 28th character, Mo Yuntian suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood with a puff. This was a sword intent belonging to the Soul Sea realm. It had already completely exceeded Mo Yuntian's limit. Because Mo Yuntian had been moving up Yi Yuan's sword intent the entire time, Soul Sea realm's sword intent was already fully not what he could endure. At this time, Mo Yuntian moved his eyes away quite reluctantly. He did not dare to look on. If he continued looking, he would be killed by Yi Yuan's sword intent. Yi Yuan's current realm was already about the same as his. If Yi Yuan really attacked him, he would not even need to draw his sword. This was the disparity between Yi Yuan and him. Even so, Mo Yuntian's gains today was undoubtedly enormous. Clank. When the 45th sword character finished being inscribed, Yi Yuan floated down, landing in front of Mo Yuntian. Mo Yuntian took a look at Yi Yuan and could not resist sighing as he said, "To think that junior apprentice brother Ye's sword intent has actually reached such a terrifying extent already." Towards Yi Yuan, Mo Yuntian felt admiration from the heart. He knew that he and Yi Yuan were people from entirely different worlds. Comparing simply did not hold meaning at all. Thinking this way, Mo Yuntian became open-minded instead. Yi Yuan said smilingly, "I only have 8th level crystal formation strength at present. Sword intent after crystal formation realm completely can't reach a corresponding degree. But in the short run, it's enough to let my fellow apprentices comprehend the concept." Actually, Yi Yuan's comprehension towards sword intent was far from this. But with these sword characters, he only used the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art to inscribe them. If Yi Yuan used the Azure Dipper Floating Zero sword intent to inscribe, Mo Yuntian would most likely not be able to understand even at the Spirit Condensation realm level. The concept of supreme true intents was simply not what lower realm martial artists could comprehend. Mo Yuntian's gaze could not help looking towards those 45 sword characters again, only to see that each sword character was entirely different. It could be said to each have literary excellence. Mo Yuntian knew that this was caused by the concept contained in each character being different. Seemed like he was still a long way off on this road of comprehending true intent. If my conjectures are correct, there are probably still 2 months before the Realm Pa's Sageway will link up together. During this period of time, you'll let the seniors and juniors to come here to comprehend sword intent then, Yi Yuan said. Chapter 454 The Heavenly Sky Sect's main hall already became the Purple Mansion Sect's main hall now. The Heavenly Sky Sect's main hall already became the Purple Mansion Sect's main hall now. Ever since the Southern Domains sect Great Meet, the Purple Mansion sect occupied another person's land, treating here as their base camp. But at present, the atmosphere in the main hall was rather stifling. The death of Grand Elder Ma-yi caught everyone in the Purple Mansion sect by surprise, including sect master He Mingda. He Mingda had the appearance of a middle-aged man. Each and every action had the air of a grandmaster. But he had a sinister and ruthless air at his glabella, which ruined his temperament. The southern domain today, everyone knew that He Mingda was somebody who was highly adept at enduring hards. Hi+P and ridicule. Being in the position of sect master for so many years, he only showed others the visage of first-level Soul Sea realm. All the way until that so-called Southern Domain sect great meet, did he astound the world with a single brilliant feat, suppressing all the sect masters and grand elders. Today's Southern Domain could be said to be his world alone. It was just that this present Southern Domain's number 1 encountered a significant problem. At present, the remaining 6 great sects, there was already 5 great sects thoroughly devastated. Only the weakest Tranquil Cloud sect dealt a head-on blow to the Purple Mansion sect instead. The matter of the Tranquil Cloud sect killing Ma-yi using the sect protecting Grand Array, what views do all of you have? He Mingda said calmly, unable to perceive his emotions currently. If I had to say, Ma-yi was definitely careless. That's why he was ambushed successfully by those Tranquil Cloud sect Tras. Plus the sect protecting Grand Array easily exterminating a Soul Sea realm martial artist. If this spreads, wouldn't it become a joke? Said a Soul Sea realm Grand Elder. Yeah. The Tranquil Cloud sect protecting Grand Array is a low-rank Tier 4 array formation. To say that Ma-yi could not breach it, I believe that. But to say that he was dispatched easily by the Grand Array, I won't believe it even if I'm beaten to death. In between this, something that we don't know about must have happened. Sect Master, let me bring people there. We'll crack that formation in no time and exterminate all of those little thieves. A dozen over Soul Sea realm elders all tried to get a word in. Most did not believe that the Tranquil Cloud sect's Grand Array could easily kill Ma-yi. The prowess of Soul Sea realm was too deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Everyone was also well aware of the 8 great sects' ins and outs. The 8 sects sect protecting Grand Array could only defend the attacks of middle-stage Soul Sea at the most. But how could it be that easy to want to kill Ma-yi? Let alone that the Tranquil Cloud sect did not even have Soul Sea realm martial artists holding down the fort right now. But He Mingda was vexed hearing this and said with a wave of his hand, "All shut up for me. What impossible to kill? Could it be that Ma-yi's corpse is molded out of clay by the disciples? Can you all use your brains to think properly? His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, is about to open up the realm Sageway soon to launch the Holy War. If we can't rule the Southern Domain, as the land of foundation for His Majesty to personally descend upon the endless world, all of us are going to be in serious trouble." Hearing these words, everyone immediately shut their mouths sensibly. The Wind Emperor laying blame was not some laughable matter. At this time, a blue-robed old man suddenly stood up and said with He Mingda with clasped hands, "I wonder if Sect Master has questioned Skymaple and Luo Qinfeng before whether or not the Tranquil Cloud sect still has a 3rd Soul Sea realm expert?" He Mingda said, "That's of course. I specially told this news to the 2 of them. After they heard it, they looked stunned too. It was absolutely not feigned. Very clearly, they were also very surprised by this incident happening. Then I'm puzzled. Who in the world is controlling the array formation? To actually have such might?" The blue-robed elder said with a frown, "Since the Tranquil Cloud sect doesn't have a 3rd Soul Sea realm martial artist, then could it be that the Northern Domain's 3 sects already discovered our true identity? One ties?" He Mingda shook his head and said, "Impossible. For the sake of this day, I've already made perfectly sound preparations. Long before taking action, I already sent people to the Myriad Sword sect to bow our heads in submission and acquiesce, and also promised huge benefit. They won't intervene in the Southern Domain's affairs." Then, Could it be that it was a wandering formation path expert who just happened to pass by the Tranquil Cloud sect? Said the blue-robed elder with a frown. Himingda let out a sigh and said, right now, the Tranquil Cloud sect huddled up and refuses to come out. We completely can't get any news. But no matter what, we also can't let those stragglers and remnant troops from the Tranquil Cloud sect to gain a firm foothold. Elder He-jun, the matter of cracking the formation is entrusted to you. The blue-robed elder bowed and said, to render service to His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, He-jun will naturally do all I can. It is just a Tier 4 Grand Array. This old man will make them exist in name only. Himingda nodded his head and said with a faint smile, with Elder He-jun's strength, this he can still count on it. You're a middle-rank Tier 4 Array Master. If even you are helpless, then N.O. body in the southern domain can crack this formation. However, for the sake of being conservative, let Liao Wenguang go together with you. You guys can also look after each other. Remember, as long as the Grand Array is broken, kill every person regardless. Right then, another Soul Sea Realm Elder stood up and said, as you command. This Soul Sea Realm Elder was shockingly a 4th-level Soul Sea Realm martial artist. A middle-rank Tier 4 Array Master coupled with a 4th-level Soul Sea Realm martial artist, this lineup could be rated as luxurious to the southern domain. At Towering Peak, Heavenly Sky Sect. This was the place that imprisoned the various sects' sect masters and grand elders. These people's essence energy seas all had restrictions imposed and completely could not muster up essence energy. Right now, they were no different from a cripple. Sky Maple and Luo Qingfeng were locked up together. The Purple Mansion sect was not worried that they would do anything funny either. Martial Uncle, who do you think came to our Tranquil Cloud sect? Luo Qingfeng asked with a frown. The sect's upper echelons were practically caught in one fell swoop. I really can't think of who has such capabilities in the sect still. To actually be able to obstruct the Purple Mansion sect's cavalry. Sky Maple was evidently unsure either. Luo Qingfeng said, although Himingda only came to probe us and didn't say what happened. From his expression, it can still be made out that something major must have occurred. Himingda only asked if the Tranquil Cloud sect still had Soul Sea Realm experts existing and did not tell the two of them about Ma Yi's death. But what kind of person was Luo Qingfeng? He already knew many things from examining the speech and behavior. Sky Maple shook his head and said, even if something big happened with Himingda, this 7th-level Soul Sea Realm here, what use is there? My Tranquil Cloud sect's destruction is just something inevitable. Luo Qingfeng suddenly thought of something and lowered his voice as he said rather excitedly, Martial Uncle, do you think that it's Yi Yuan returning? Sky Maple was also startled in his heart. He immediately shook his head and said, if he wanted to come back, he would have returned long ago. Didn't you hear during the sect great meet? Not a single person who went to the mystic realm came back. Several months already pass, said Bai. The hope of Yi Yuan returning alive is too slim. Moreover, even if Yi Yuan really came back, he also can't possibly be the Purple Mansion sect's match. Himingda is a Soul Sea Realm powerhouse. Hearing Sky Maple lies like this, Luo Qingfeng was also very downcast. The two people exchanged a glance, and both revealed bitter remorse. As long as they were given a few years' time, Yi Yuan would surely be able to grow up. But now, everything became empty. Sigh. To think that the Tranquil Cloud sect's 1,000-year foundation was actually ruined in our hands. What face do we have to go and meet our forefathers? Sky Maple said with an emotional sigh. Chapter 455 Senior Apprentice Brother Yi. Senior Apprentice Brother Yi. A disaster is imminent. Senior Apprentice Brother Yi. Senior Apprentice Brother Yi. A disaster is imminent. A Tranquil Cloud sect disciple ran into the Tranquil Cloud sect's main hall, looking very nervous. It's junior apprentice brother Zhao Xian ha. Is there any news from outside? Yi Yuan inquired. Zhao Xian said hurriedly, the Purple Mansion sect sent out several thousand martial artists and are marching for the Tranquil Cloud sect in mighty contingents. Ha! Don't junior apprentice brother Zhao Xian have faith in the might of the Grand Array? Forget about thousands of martial artists. Even if tens of thousands of martial artists came, they would not return either. But this time, the commanders are a 4th-level Soul Sea Realm, Grand Elder Liao Wenguang, and a Tier 4 Array Master, He Jun. I fear. When Zhao Xian got hold of this news, he was terrified until his legs turned soft. Tier 4 Array Masters were very terrifying existences. They were the bane of a sect's protective Grand Arrays. Even if they could not crack the formation, they could also find the Grand Array's weak links, and they could even diminish the Grand Array's power. Coupled with the brute force of a Soul Sea Realm powerhouse, breaking the formation did not seem to be something so difficult. This way, the Tranquil Cloud sect would be in danger. No matter how powerful the Yin-Yang Turbid Heaven Grand Array was, it was also just a quasi-Tier 5 Grand Array. It did not transcend the category of Tier 4 array formations. The Tranquil Cloud sect disciples never would have thought that the Purple Mansion sect actually still had the existence of Tier 4 array masters. This Purple Mansion sect truly concealed too deeply. Before this, while the Purple Mansion sect was known as the Southern Domain's number 2 great sect, they actually only had 5 or 6 Soul Sea Realm experts too. The strongest was just 3rd-level Soul Sea. This time, the Purple Mansion sect displayed all of their might. Compared to the Purple Mansion sect, the Heavenly Sky sect was simply weak to the max. Not only were they completely surpassed by the Purple Mansion sect in the number of martial artists, but in terms of quality they were a great deal weaker too. And now, the Purple Mansion sect even sent out a Tier 4 array master. This was truly hopeless until it made people go nuts. Tier 4 array masters were the same as Alchemy King experts. They were all exceedingly rare existences in the Southern Domain. Before this, only the Heavenly Sky sect had a Tier 4 array master. The Tranquil Cloud sect disciples had never heard before that the Purple Mansion sect had a Tier 4 array master. A few days back, Zhao Xian and the rest were sent out by Yi Yuan to fish for information. Who knew that they would get hold of such a heavyweight news all at once? The first thing that Zhao Xian did when he got the information was to return to the sect without stopping to report this matter to Yi Yuan. Who knew that Yi Yuan did not even furrow his eyebrows. He just said nonchalantly, when soldiers arrive, send a general to block. When water floods, use dirt to keep it out. Junior apprentice brother, don't need to worry. Puny little Tier 4 array master still can't stir up too big of a wave. Zhao Xian was stunned and immediately said excitedly, a Tier 4 array master isn't senior apprentice brother's match either? That's fantastic. Senior apprentice brother, no matter what you do, we all support you fully. After slaying Ma Yi, Yi Yuan was already an existence akin to a divinity in the eyes of the Tranquil Cloud sect disciples. As long as Yi Yuan did not fear, what did they have to fear as well? Furthermore, killing Ma Yi greatly boosted the confidence of the Tranquil Cloud sect disciples too. In their hearts, Soul Sea Realm was no longer an undefeatable existence anymore. Wasn't someone as powerful as Ma Yi finished off by Yi Yuan in one move too? Although a Tier 4 array master was scary, seeing that composed look on Yi Yuan's face, Zhao Xix was instantly filled with confidence. So what if Tier 4 array master? With senior apprentice brother Yi here, our Tranquil Cloud sect could absolutely stand firm and not fall. Yi Yuan said with a laugh, haha, it has been tiring for junior apprentice brother. Go back and have a rest first. As long as us fellow apprentices unite and are of one mind, even if he Mingda personally came, what can he do to me? After Zhao Xian left, Yi Yuan moved to Victory Peak. This place was originally the place where the sect Grand Compet 1. Tian took place. Currently, it had become a cultivation holy land. In the entire plaza, there were roughly around 200 over Tranquil Cloud sect disciples currently. Among the remainder disciples, those who cultivated the sword were basically all here. These disciples, some were currently meditating to comprehend sword intent, some were currently practicing the sword, some were currently breaking down moves, so on and so forth. Yi Yuan briefly swept a glance around, but his gaze landed on Tianyu. Tianyu was currently meditating with his eyes shut. Although the outside world was very noisy, he seemed to be residing in a different world. 5 days had already gone by since Yi Yuan inscribed the sword characters. In these 5 days, Yi Yuan would come here to observe the fellow apprentices' situation every day. And in these 5 days, the one who improved the fastest was not Mo Yuntian, but it was Tianyu. Yi Yuan was extremely sensitive to sword intent. Any hint of change to the seniors and juniors, he would take it all into sight. On the first day, Tianyu stood in front of the huge boulder and did not move a muscle, looking at it for an entire day. On the second day, Tianyu did not go and look at those sword characters anymore. He just meditated there the entire time. In 4 days, the sword intent on Tianyu's body condensed and did not dissipate, drawing the bow without discharging the arrow. It actually had the inclination of soaring to the skies. The fellow apprentices were all comprehending the sword characters on the huge boulders. But N.O. body approached within 100 feet of Tianyu's surroundings. Mo Yuntian appeared beside Yi Yuan since G.O. D knew when, and likewise sized up Tianyu in the distance. Junior apprentice brother Tianyu's talent is exceedingly high. He just comprehended for a day's time in front of the words you inscribed and actually had such a huge improvement, Mo Yuntian said with a gasp of admiration. Mo Yuntian was also a peerlessly talented individual. But compared to Tianyu, he was still much worse off. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Senior apprentice brother Tianyu is indeed shockingly talented. But, for him to be able to have such a huge improvement, it was also due lucky chances." "Oh? What do you mean?" Senior apprentice brother Tianyu grew up with many admirers surrounding him like stars surrounding the moon and has never suffered huge setback. This mystic realm journey, he was captured to become a slave by fierce Gale world martial artists. This to him was undoubtedly unprecedented shame. After returning, Grand Elder Sky Maple was detained by the Purple Mansion sect, which stimulated his staunch personality even more. Before this, senior apprentice brother Tian, you had already comprehended the elementary form of true intent. Furthermore, his elementary form of true intent was born from the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art. That's why the words that I inscribed can have such great inspiration to him. Of course, there is still one point. My primary cultivation method is a fire attribute cultivation method too. There is a trace of concept of fire contained inside the sword intent as well. Him reaping the greatest harvest is also something within reason, Yi Yuan explained. When Mo Yuntian heard these words, he immediately saw the light. Sigh. To the present Tranquil Cloud sect, what it lacks most of all is time. If Tianyu and Wujio this batch can grow up, our Tranquil Cloud sect can rise up once again. Mo Yuntian said with vicissitudes of emotion. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Pa-s, sing down the flame. Tranquil Cloud sect has a soul. It won't be extinguished." Ever since Yi Yuan entered the sect, while he had some unpleasantness with the Ouyang family, he could sense the spirit that the Tranquil Cloud sect Pa-s said down. The sect's upper echelons were all people who carried ambition. From the state of Qin's 9 heavens roads Lu Yen, to Sky Maple, to Luo Qingfeng and Xiao Jian, they all had the spirit of lineal descent on them, which was the antic 1p. Ation of the sect rising sharply anew. For the sake of this goal, they could sacrifice themselves without any hesitation at all. And this soul unfolded likewise on the bodies of these disciples before his eyes most vividly. Facing the besiegement of the Purple Mansion sect, they chose to sacrifice their lives for a just cause. With such a soul, Yi Yuan believed that the Tranquil Cloud sect would not be destroyed. At this time, Tian Yu, who had been sitting quietly for 4 days, got up once more and came before the huge boulder again to contemplate on the inscribed words on the huge boulder. Seeing this scene, Yi Yuan gave a gentle smile and said, "Looks like the sect has hopes for a revival." Chapter 456N? What's the meaning of Junior Apprentice Brother's words? Mo Yuntian asked in confusion. N? What's the meaning of Junior Apprentice Brother's words? Mo Yuntian asked in confusion. You guess, which sword character is he contemplating on? Mo Yuntian was stupefied briefly and looked at Tian Yu again, involuntarily shaking his head. Tian Yu's head was facing very high upwards, but as for which sword character he was looking at in particular, Mo Yuntian could not guess it. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "If my conjectures are correct, Senior Apprentice Brother Tian Yu is most likely already comprehending the 37th word." What? 37th word? Doesn't that mean? Mo Yuntian said in shock. Yi Yuan nodded and said with certainty, "That's right. He's already comprehending the final 9 words. As long as he can comprehend fully, his own true intent should be just about able to take form." The words that Yi Yuan inscribed on the huge boulder, each one was a minor realm. Every 9 was a major realm, advancing level by level gradually. Tian Yu was already comprehending the 37th word, meaning that he had already reached the final phase. Wasn't such an improvement speed a little too fast? If Junior Apprentice Brother Tian Yu can really fully comprehend his own true intent, then it will truly be the heavens not forsaking our Tranquil Cloud sect. So long as we cross this tribulation, we'll surely soar to the skies at once. Mo Yuntian was not dejected, but appeared very happy instead. Actually, the ones who comprehended the elementary form of true intent in our Tranquil Cloud sect isn't just Senior Apprentice Brother Tian Yu alone. It's just I wonder if they are doing okay now? Yi Yuan suddenly lamented. What? There's still somebody who comprehended the elementary form of true intent? Who is it? Mo Yuntian was truly shocked. It's precisely the Long Tang who entered the sect together with me. In the sect Grand Compet 1, tie-in previously, he already comprehended the elementary form of true intent. Yi Yuan said. Hiss, it's actually him. Mo Yuntian looked at Yi Yuan like he had seen a ghost. Mo Yuntian noticed one thing. People who were close to Yi Yuan all seemed to have obtained enormous benefit. Tian Yu was so, Long Tang was so, Nanfeng Ruoqing was so. Even he himself was similarly like so. Mo Yuntian did not know that even Sky Maple and Luo Qingfeng's breakthroughs had close ties to Yi Yuan. Yes, presumably, the sect has already discovered his talent. That's why they would arrange for him to withdraw to the northern domain to preserve their strength. Yi Yuan said. Among these many seniors and juniors, to say who Yi Yuan was most worried about, it was naturally the Nanfeng aunt and niece and Long Tang. But, he inquired about. Among the secret team headed for the northern domain this time, there was the 3 of them. This also put Yi Yuan's mind at ease considerably. If it's like this, the Tranquil Cloud sect can be said to have added a double insurance. Even if I have to risk this life, I, Mo Yuntian, will also have to ensure their safety. Mo Yuntian said firmly. Mo Yuntian knew that the sect's strongest genius was actually not Tian Yu, nor was it Long Tang, but this person before him. It was just that him being together with Yi Yuan, not only could he not be of any assistance, he would instead become a burden. Right now, it was Yi Yuan protecting the Tranquil Cloud sect with his own strength, and not him, Mo Yuntian. Without Yi Yuan, the Tranquil Cloud sect would practically be utterly annihilated at this time, whence the resurgence. The small and weak Yi Yuan back then already grew into a towering tree current, sheltering the sect from the wind and rain. After several days, A shout akin to rolling thunder echoed throughout the entire sect. Tranquil Cloud sects trash, listen up. Give you all 2 days to come out and surrender. Otherwise, when the formation is broken, nothing will be left intact. The Tranquil Cloud sect disciples were already in position long ago in the Grand Array's center. They could clearly sense 2 extremely powerful auras outside the Grand Array. Very clearly, these 2 people were the Soul Sea Realm powerhouses, Liao Wenguang and He Jun. Many Tranquil Cloud sect disciples showed a nervous expression on their faces. Even though they were confident enough in Yi Yuan, facing middle-stage Soul Sea Realm powerhouses, they still not could avoid feeling fear. Soul Sea Realm martial artists. Each minor realm had a tremendous difference. The strength of middle-stage Soul Sea Realm was completely not what that Ma-E could compare to. Want to come, then come. So much C.R.A.P. If you have the capabilities, break this Grand Array before talking. Yi Yuan's voice also transmitted out through the Grand Array. Liao Wenguang's brows furrowed and said, "Humph. I want to see if this Grand Array of yours is really as powerful as rumored." With Ma Yi's failure serving as a warning, Liao Wenguang did not dare to be negligent. He directly took out his weapon, a blood-colored long saber. There's a show to watch now. Grand Elder Liao's blood-drinking saber is a 128 restrictions spirit artifact. Coupled with his Tier 4 martial technique, blood-drinking soul-severing blade, it can be said to be unstoppable. Yeah. I heard that when Grand Elder Liao was still at the Sea Transformation Realm, he once relied on this saber to cut down 5 experts of the same realm. Now that so many years have passed, this martial technique of his has probably attained perfection, right? Tranquil Cloud sect this pack of morons. To actually dare kill Grand Elder Ma. Truly causing their own ruin. Provoking Grand Elder Liao to come out is the dumbest thing that they have done. Liao Wenguang had already not come out of retirement for many years. These few years, he had been very low profile as well, only appearing before people with first-level Soul Sea Realm cultivation. But now, he suddenly erupted with 4th-level Soul Sea Realm strength. And, oh, body dared to disparage him. In all honesty, and oh, body dared to look down on Soul Sea Realm martial artists either. Liao Wenguang stood in the air, standing firm far away. The saber momentum rose, and at the same time, a crimson essence energy storm howled in front of Tranquil Cloud sect's gates instantaneously. Boundless killing intent undulated out. That level of power gave people a feeling like the mountains were crumbling and the ground splitting, incomparably indomitable. The Tranquil Cloud sect disciples in the center of the formation distinctly sensed this pressure. Compared to Ma-E, this attack was more than a level stronger. Many Tranquil Cloud sect disciple had cold sweat coming out of their palms in anxiety, uncertain if Yi Yuan could withstand this attack. Blood-drinking soul-severing blade. Liao Wenguang gave a low cry. Saber light towered to the skies, its momentum akin to rolling thunder, instantly slamming onto the Grand Array. Only to hear a rumble, as if the entire spirit-blessing mountain trembled a little. Everyone clearly sensed that an essence energy breach appeared on the Grand Array, but automatically recovered very soon. Seeing this scene, Liao Wenguang was not alarmed, but became excited instead. Saying with a cold laugh, "I was wondering how powerful this Grand Array was. Turns out that it's merely on par with middle-stage Soul Sea Realm. Another few more times and this Grand Array would most likely be collapsing, right? Grand Elder Liao is almighty. Grand Elder Liao is almighty." When the Purple Mansion sect disciples saw this scene, they were all highly excited. Many among them followed Ma-E over here the previous time, including that Zhu Mingyu. On that day, they could be said to have experienced the most painful defeat in the history of the Purple Mansion sect, and felt like the entire world was falling apart. A Soul Sea Realm martial artist was slain in front of the formation. This impact force was too intense. and today they had a feeling of walking about with their chins held high, and finally felt like they regained a set. Hence, each and every one of them was like on stimulants, praising Liao Wenguang. Liao Wenguang also felt very comfortable regarding this stuff. The feeling of being wars HI+ped by everyone was very wonderful. Heh, I'm going to go one more time to see how many of my attacks this grand array of yours can withstand. You all prepare well for me. After I blast this grand array open, you all charge inside in one breath and leave nothing behind. Liao Wenguang said with a loud laugh. Chapter 457 Rumble. Rumble. Another huge tremor. After a moment, the grand array recovered to normal once more. Liao Wenguang was very excited. He seemed to have seen the moment the grand array shattered. While by the side, He Jun was not as optimistic as Liao Wenguang. He stared at the grand array with heated eyes. It was also uncertain what he was thinking about. He brandished the blood-drinking saber, and was just about to attack again when he heard He Jun said, "Forget it, old Liao. You can't break this grand array." Liao Wenguang's expression changed and he said unhappily, "What are you talking about? Old He, you aren't afraid that I'd S.N.A.T.C.H credit from you, right?" He Jun shot him an indifferent glance and said, "Since you're talking like this, just take it like I didn't say anything. Go ahead and carry on trying." Liao Wenguang's expression was not very good, and was somewhat caught in a dilemma for a moment. To talk about martial strength, he obviously flung He Jun several streets behind. But, to talk about understanding towards array formations, He Jun threw him more than 10 streets behind. Looking at the realm Pa's sageway on the verge of opening up, these Purple Mansion sect Soul Sea realm experts all wished to render contributions in front of the Wind Emperor. If Liao Wenguang could crack the formation independently, the merit this time would be his alone. He was obviously not willing to give this credit to He Jun. But, he knew He Jun's formation's path attainment. If he was not exaggerating just to alarm people, then wouldn't he be wasting his energy? Ruminating briefly for a moment, Liao Wenguang said with a cold snort, "Humph. Try it out then." Liao Wenguang felt that his attack just now already caused considerable damage to the grand array. Redouble his effort and he could definitely crack this formation. He Jun smiled coldly at the corners of his mouth, but did not stop Liao Wenguang too much. There was not much nonsense. Liao Wenguang sent out another blade. This time, he even increased his strength a little. Another intense tremor. The grand array seemed to be tottering on the verge of collapse already. Liao Wenguang shot He Jun a glare like putting on a show of force and increased his strength even more again. Liao Wenguang was highly excited, chopping out blade after blade. The Purple Mansion sect disciples only heard the rumbling sounds lingering incessantly in their ears, as if the entire Spirit Blessing Mountain was crumbling. Yet, in a twinkle, Liao Wenguang slashed out over a dozen blades. The commotion caused was greater each time, and the grand array also quaked more intensely each time. But it just was not breached. Liao Wenguang was panting from exhaustion and finally became aware that something was not right. Unleash HI+ing over a dozen blades consecutively. Moreover, each blade was more powerful than the last, as if every blade reached the limits that the grand array could withstand. That was also to say that this sect protecting grand array's limits was rising along with his attacks. Motherf *Ker. Wasn't this messing with your father? Liao Wenguang gnashed his teeth hatefully, his gaze involuntarily glancing over at He Jun. But he discovered that He Jun was looking at him composedly, seemingly watching a good show. To HELL with it. A person has to have a backbone. I want to see just where this grand array's limits lie. Liao Wenguang was fairly stimulated by He Jun's expression and his stubborn temper flared up all at once. In front of thousands of Purple Mansion sect disciples, if Liao Wenguang yielded at this time, where would he put his face in the sect hereafter? Liao Wenguang at this time had already ridden on a tiger and found it hard to dismount. He could only toughen his scalp and continue attacking wildly. He could not care about saving whatever trump cards at this time too. Flinging caution to the wind, he used his strongest attacks altogether. Yet, it did not have any freaking use. Apart from huge tremors, the Grand Array still did not have any signs of the slightest trace of damage. Liao Wenguang was already dog-tired until he was about to collapse. Such powerful attacks, even if he was a middle-stage Soul Sea Realm powerhouse, he was also unable to sustain for too long. What the hell is this Grand Array? Why is it so strong? Earlier when I saw Elder Liao's attacks, I even thought that this Grand Array nothing more than this. But Elder Liao slashed out dozens of blades and it actually still did not crack the formation. Wasn't it said that the Tranquil Cloud sect protecting Grand Array was only a low-rank Tier 4 Grand Array? How can it possibly withstand Elder Liao's attacks? You guys look. Elder Liao is already tired until like this. To be able to exhaust a middle-stage Soul Sea Realm powerhouse to this extent, this Grand Array is really. Up until now, it was all Elder Liao attacking. I was present on that day. This Grand Array clearly has people controlling and can even taking the initiative to attack, releasing an extremely terrifying light stream which instantly killed Elder Ma. Over on the Purple Mansion sect's side, discussions were running rampant. Especially those martial artists who experienced Ma Yi's death. Currently, their dread towards the Grand Array was at the peak. Up until this moment, this sect protecting Grand Array had been taking on a defensive stance. That extraordinarily powerful light stream had yet to appear until now. What if? Truly whatever one feared would come. After sustaining one of Liao Wenguang's attack, several streams of flowing light creeped out, chasing after Liao Wenguang. Liao Wenguang was practically at the extent of a nearly spent force already. The timing that these few streams of flowing light appeared was grasped very well too. It was precisely when Liao Wenguang's old force was spent and new strength had yet to be produced. Liao Wenguang's face changed drastically and hastily wanted to evade. But his essence energy was depleted right now. How could he still have the strength to run? The speed of the light streams was much faster than him. It caught up to his figure instantaneously. Bang! A huge air blast pushed Liao Wenguang far out, slamming heavily onto the ground. Liao Wenguang rolled a long way out on the ground and struggled to crawl to his feet, eating a mouthful of dust and in a very wretched state. The Grand Array restored its tranquility once more, as if nothing happened earlier. But Lian Wenguang had lingering fear. That life-and-death juncture just now, if not for He Jun taking action to disperse those few streams of flowing light, he would most likely be following in Ma Yi's footsteps right now. He Jun, you know that this Grand Array is formidable, why didn't you make a move earlier? Liao Wenguang came in before He Jun and said crossly. Liao Wenguang could not remember how long had it been since he was so miserable anymore. Today's encounter made him depressed to the max, and he very much needed to find a channel to vent. But He Jun said calmly, I warned you long ago. It was you who didn't listen to my advice and had to forcefully crack the formation. I made a move to save you earlier, it was fine if you didn't thank me, but you actually have the face to turn around and question me? You! Liao Wenguang actually had no words to retort with. This Grand Array is incredibly abstruse. It's completely not a low-rank Tier 4 Grand Array. It's very different from the news that we understood before. He Jun said in a grave voice. Liao Wenguang's expression changed and he said, What? Not low-rank Tier 4? Then what grade? He Jun said, If my conjectures are right, this Grand Array is at least high-rank Tier 4 level. Even if Sect Master came personally, he might not be able to forcefully crack the formation. Liao Wenguang's shock this time was extraordinary. He actually forgot the embarrass meant earlier for a moment and said in astonishment, Even Sect Master can't crack this Grand Array? Are you kidding? My attacks earlier clearly almost breached it already. It was just slightly lacking some firepower. He-Jun had a disdainful face as he said with a cold smile, "Drop it, you! Your attacks just now only scratched their itch for them." The person controlling the Grand Array had the Grand Array controlled at middle stage Soul Sea Realm level just for the sake of saving essence energy. That's why your attacks can have that sort of effect. If not out of trepidation that the two of us were here, you would long be a dead body right now. Chapter 458 As Such a Shame. At the last moment, it actually fell a step short of success. In the formation's center, Tianyu said with a look of pity. As such a shame. At the last moment, it actually fell a step short of success. In the formation's center, Tianyu said with a look of pity. Tianyu hated the Purple Mansion sect people to the bone. If not for his strength being lacking, he would have long slaughtered up to the Heavenly Sky sect. Now, seeing that Liao Wenguang was actually rescued by people, he immediately lamented endlessly. Sigh. Just a bit more and we could have killed that middle-stage Soul Sea Realm expert. Just a little bit more. A disciple hammered his chest and stomped his feet. The group of Tranquil Cloud sect disciples all nodded their heads secretly. Evidently, they completely felt the same way. Previously, they were all still very nervous, fearful that the Grand Array would not be able to sustain, and wished that they could transfer all the essence energy in their bodies to Yi Yuan. But, after suffering several attacks, they discovered that the ever-triumphant middle-stage Soul Sea Realm powerhouse in their impression did not seem to be that scary either. Although the tremors that the Grand Array sustained was much greater than the previous time, the essence energy that Yi Yuan extracted from their bodies reduced a great deal instead. This aspect was because that their collective strength rose a huge step. The other aspect was because Yi Yuan intentionally preserved strength. But Yi Yuan turned around and said with a smile, "Haha. Don't be anxious. The good show is just starting." Tianyu's eyebrows shot up and he said rather excitedly, "Junior apprentice brother Yi, could it be that you intended that earlier?" Yi Yuan nodded with a smile and said, "Kill one and the other's alertness will become high. That array master would surely be very wary. Making him jump into the pit wouldn't be too easy then. That's a Tier 4 array master after all. He more or less still has some capabilities." Haha. Like I said. Brilliant, junior apprentice brother Yi. Truly brilliant. Tianyu was thrilled and unwittingly raised a big thumbs up to Yi Yuan. Ha ha ha. Seeing Tianyu's silly look, the disciple also could not help bursting into laughter. The jumpiness previously immediately vanished without a trace. Outside the sect's gates, Liao Wenguang's hair was standing on its end from shock. Only now did he know that he had already toured one round around the gates of H.E.L. and back. Recalling that scene earlier, Liao Wenguang had a bout of lingering fear, and felt a swish of cold wind at the back too. Liao Wenguang swallowed his saliva and felt rather parched. "Old He, do as you say. I'll listen to you." This time, Liao Wenguang did not dare to show off his abilities and started to consult He-Jun. He-Jun was a Tier 4 array master after all. Liao Wenguang himself could not crack the formation. Evidently, there was only relying on He-Jun. He-Jun said with a smile, "Tier 4 and above grand arrays, even if it were me, cracking it is somewhat challenging too." Liao Wenguang saw that He-Jun was deliberately keeping him in suspense, and gnashed his teeth hatefully. But, at this point, Liao Wenguang had no choice either. He could only rely on He-Jun entirely. They pledged solemnly in front of He Mingda before they departed to definitely crack the Grand Array and utterly eradicate the Tranquil Cloud sect. Yet now, he nearly lost his little life just now. A round of tongue loss. HI plus ing from He Mingda could not be dispensed with when they returned. Only by annihilating the Tranquil Cloud sect could he look a little better in terms of face after returning. "Old He, everyone is serving the Wind Emperor. Don't hold the suspense already, all right?" Liao Wenguang said unhappily. "Pooh. Know that you're serving the Wind Emperor now? When you were SNATC, Hing credit just now, where did you put the Wind Emperor? Of course, Jun did not say out these words. He just criticized in his heart. Liao Guang, this fellow was too shameless. I've researched all the 8 great sect protecting grand arrays before. The Tranquil Cloud sect protecting grand array's name is Enyang Turbid Heaven Grand Array. This array formation was originally a quasi-tier 5 array formation. Its power was extraordinary. It's just don't know what the reason was. The Tranquil Cloud sect protecting grand array seemed to have some imperfections. So it only had low-rank tier 4 power. Jun said slowly. From Jun's words, one could tell that the Purple Mansion sect had wild ambitions towards the southern domain, and had long been making plans. Jun had long researched the Tranquil Cloud sect protecting grand array before, and more or less still had some understanding of the Enyang Turbid Heaven Grand Array. Liao Guang said in astonishment, could it be that this array formation in front of us already has quasi-tier 5 grand array power? Doesn't that mean that, unless a divine traversing realm powerhouse came, otherwise we wouldn't be able to crack this grand array no matter what? Jun shook his head and said, how can a quasi-tier 5 grand array be so easy to set up? At least in the southern domain, there's absolutely nobody who can lay down a quasi-tier 5 grand array. Furthermore, according to what I know, this Enyang Turbid Heaven Grand Array's complete array formation was already lost. The Tranquil Cloud sect themselves can't set it up either. Liao Guang heaved a sigh and said, then your meaning is? Although this array formation can't possibly reach quasi-tier 5 grand array standards, it has evidently been renewed and perfected by somebody. It should barely manage to reach high-rank tier 4 standards. Moreover, the strength of the person controlling the grand array is not beneath mine. Hence, wanting to directly crack the formation, I can't do it too. Jun said with a grave face. What? This grand array has someone controlling? Furthermore, strength isn't beneath yours? In the land of the southern domain, other than the heavenly sky sects Zhouyun, who else can reach your level? Liao Guang exclaimed in surprise. Liao Guang was utterly clueless about grand arrays and completely could not see through this array formation's profundities. But Jun could perceive some inkling. The Tier 4 array masters in the land of the southern domain only had 2 people. One was Jun. The other person was a heavenly sky sect grand elder called Zhouyun. Before this, Jun had secluded himself from society all along and did not come out. The Tier 4 array masters in the land of the southern domain was actually just this Zhouyun alone. Hearing for the first time about this person whose formation's path standards were not beneath Jun's controlling this grand array before their eyes, Liao Guang's astoundment could be imagined. One had to know that Zhouyun was still being detained at Towering Peak. Then who was inside the grand array? Jun nodded his head slowly and his expression had unspeakable solemnness. I also can't figure it out after racking my brain. Logically speaking, the Tranquil Cloud sect is the weakest sect among the 8 great sects. Counting in Luo Qinfeng, there are only just 2 soul sea realms as well. I really want to know who on earth is controlling this sect protecting grand array inside right now. Liao Guang felt rather parched. A Tier 4 array master whose strength was not inferior to Ju controlling a high-rank Tier 4 grand array. This was not something fun. His actions earlier were seriously too foolish. Thinking about it now, he was considered to have had a narrow escape. No wonder Jun said previously that even if Sect Master came personally, he might not be able to crack this formation either. Then, what should we do now? Go back first to report this matter to Sect Master? Liao Guang no longer had the haughtiness of a soul sea realm right now. Instead, he became somewhat timid. Jun shook his head and said, we mobilized a huge force and raised a big rumpus to come here. How can we return empty-handed? Encountering such an expert, I am also itching to test my skills now. I really want to know who on earth is controlling the Yin-Yang Turbid Heaven Grand Array now. Although I can't achieve directly cracking the formation, abating the power of this array formation and finding the vulnerable areas of this grand array, I can still accomplish it. Old Liao, in a while, I'll go crack the formation. You help support me from the sides and wait for my news. When I let you attack, you launch your attack with all your might and completely break this formation. As he said, He-Jun flipped over his hand. His hand already had an additional bunch of multicolored small flags in it. He took out a yellow small flag and his figure moved, arriving not far from the grand array, only to see him casually wave his hand. Vast quant. 1 ties of heaven and amp. Earth essence energy released from the small flag and sunk into the Yin-Yang Turbid Heaven Grand Array. Chapter 459. He-Jun's actions did not cause a huge uproar like Liao Wenguang, but it instantly boosted the confidence of the Purple Mansion sect disciples considerably like a cardiac tonic. He-Jun's actions did not cause a huge uproar like Liao Wenguang, but it instantly boosted the confidence of the Purple Mansion sect disciples considerably like a cardiac tonic. He-Jun was the Southern Domain's only 2-tier 4 array master. Before today, Zhou Yun's famous name resounded through the Southern Domain, because he was the only Tier 4 array master. But Zhou Yun was just an initial rank Tier 4 array master, while He-Jun was a middle rank Tier 4 array master. If even He-Jun could not crack this grand array before them, then N.O. body could crack this formation in the Southern Domain. The Purple Mansion sect disciples all held their breaths, staring at He-Jun's actions fixedly, fearful of making any bit of noise and disturbing him cracking the formation. When the essence energy released by He-Jun through the yellow tiny flag touched the grand array, it was the peaceful surface of a quiet lake having a rock tossed into it, immediately stirring up waves of ripples. The grand array suddenly exploded with light, seemingly wanting to shake off this strand of essence energy. He-Jun had a cold smile at the corner of his mouth as he said, "The prismatic illusionary moon flags are a 128 restrictions spirit artifact and also my lifeblood spirit artifact. Even a high-rank Tier 4 array master can't possibly blast it off either. Be good. It will all be over very soon." He-Jun continuously released essence energy, tightly entangling the grand array. After a moment, He-Jun's gaze turned intent, and he unleashed essence energy to shoot the yellow tiny flag out. Clank! A crisp sound came over. The yellow tiny flag inserted deep into a boulder not far away. The grand array seemed to have suffered damage. The light actually dimmed greatly in an instant. Ha ha! Elder He is awesome. Elder He is indeed worthy of being a Tier 4 array master. Cracking this grand array and simply reaching out a hand to grab it. This tranquil cloud sect has been 2C. KY in front of us. Did you see that stone plaque? This time, they finally got their faces smacked by Elder He, right? Wait until Elder He cracks the grand array. I'll definitely smash that stone plaque into pieces. When the Purple Mansion sect disciples saw the grand array tottering, each and every one of them was unbelievably eager. Especially the disciples who came here last time. They were indeed suppressed too heavily these few days. The Purple Mansion sect that swept away all resistance actually did not even dare to breathe loudly in front of the weakest Tranquil Cloud sect. This was too humiliating. Now, seeing that the grand array had hopes of being cracked by He-Jun, they all had an impulse to vent out their oppression. But He-Jun himself was very composed. Only to see him take out another green tiny flag, casting it in the same manner, and nailing it onto a huge tree. This time, the grand array's light dimmed some more. The Purple Mansion sect disciples were even more excited. Each one of them was like on stimulant. Only to see each and every one of them rub their fists and wipe their palms, all Wisconsin plusing to charge inside the tranquil cloud sect at the first moment. Even Liao Wenguang had glittering eyes at this time, and a feeling of eagerness to have a go. Old he indeed has some skills. If I listened to him earlier, I wouldn't have lost so much face too. Liao Wenguang was regretting secretly. While at this time, the expressions of the tranquil cloud sect disciples in the center of the array were not too good. The array formation that they were in was adjoined into one with the grand array, and could deeply sense that the grand array was currently being weakened. All of them were very worried. J. Junior Apprentice Brother Yi is this all right? The grand array seems to have weakened again. Yeah, Junior Apprentice Brother Yi. Don't be miserly with our essence energy. Even if we are sucked dry, that's fine too. As long as the grand array can be protected. Junior Apprentice Brother Yi, we don't fear death. If you need essence energy, feel free to use. My brows won't furrow at all. The tranquil cloud sect disciples were all trying to get a word in with Yi Yuan. Each and every one of their eyes looked death calmly in the face. All had the preparation to sacrifice their lives for the sect. Yi Yuan turned around and said with a faint smile, "Seniors and juniors, relax. When I need your essence energy, this you won't hold back. But it's not to the point of the end of our ropes. Seniors and juniors don't need to lose all hope like so either. Everything is within grasp." The tranquil cloud sect disciples exchanged glances, all seeing the excitement in the other person's eyes. Not that they did not believe Yi Yuan, but because the Purple Mansion sect's strength was really too strong. Furthermore, they could clearly sense that the array formation was being weakened. That was why they were so anxious. But Yi Yuan's one sentence put all of their minds at ease. The present Yi Yuan had this capability. He Jun had a total of 7 little flags in his hands. They were respectively 7 types of colors. By the time the final blue flag stuck into place, the brilliance given off by the grand array was abetted to the extreme all at once, like a person receiving heavy wounds. But just seriously injured. The grand array did not collapse with a loud crash. Moreover, the grand array seemed to have spirituality. The radiance was bright at times and dark at times. It seemed to be struggling even more intensely compared to before. Those 7 little flags actually showed signs of loosening. He Jun did not dare to slide it. Pus. Hi. Plus-ing with both palms, 7 streaks of essence energy strands flowed out from his palm, instantly connecting onto those 7 little flags. The 7 little flags stabilized very quickly. Seeing that Liao Wenguang was still in a daze, He Jun yelled out loudly, "What are you stoning there for? Quickly attack the grand array." Liao Wenguang was shocked awake abruptly. Essence energy erupted in an instant. This time, Liao Wenguang maneuvered practically all the essence energy that could be mobilized in his entire body, pouring all of it into the blood-drinking saber. Blood-drinking saber immediately emitted an extremely blinding red glow. An utterly horrifying aura undulated out. "Break for me!" Liao Wenguang swung his long saber. A terrifying attack surged forward towards the grand array. Rumble! Rock fragments flew all around. A large stretch of land outside the gates was practically flattened. The power of this one attack was too strong. Elder Liao is almighty. Elder Liao is awesome. Kill. Kill all of the Tranquil Cloud sect's people. Take revenge for Elder Ma-Yi. The Purple Mansion sect disciples all charged over towards the gates, wanting to charge inside the Tranquil Cloud sect. However, the expressions on He Jun and Liao Wenguang, the two of their faces, did not become eager. It turned grave instead. Liao Wenguang's attack earlier did not receive any obstruction. It seemed to directly pass through the grand array. What was doing on here? It was still He Jun who reacted to it first. His expression unwittingly changed vividly, howling at Liao Wenguang. "Not good. Baited. Quickly run." Liao Wenguang was stunned, then his expression immediately changed dramatically too. Because at this time, the grand array suddenly exploded with rays of light. Those dazzling rays of light was even more intense than before. How was there any hint of being restrained? Hundreds of light streams released from within the grand array, speeding towards He Jun and Liao Wenguang rapidly. Liao Wenguang was all too clear regarding the prowess of this flowing light. He nearly died under these light streams just now. There were only several streams of flowing light earlier, but now there were hundreds. Because of cracking the formation, plus the effects of He Jun's prismatic illusionary moon flags, the two people's distance from the grand array was already very close. And Yi Yuan was waiting for this moment. Bang! 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 Violent explosion sounds sounded in front of the tranquil cloud sex gate. Those hundreds of light streams seemed like rolling thunder cascading down from the horizon, blasting what was in front of the tranquil cloud sex gates beyond recognition. After the explosions, before the tranquil cloud sect gates, it was as still as death. Chapter 460. What did you say? Tell me again one more time. What did you say? Tell me again one more time. Heavenly Sky Sect's Great Hall. When He Mingda heard the Sea Transformation Realm Elder Zhu Mingyu's report, he stood up with a start, a face full of disbelief. Zhu Mingyu was covered in wounds all over his body, looking very alarming. But his injuries had clearly already been through treatment and was not a big deal. Seeing He Mingda question, Zhu Mingyu said through sobs, Lord Sect Master. Grand Elder He and Elder Liao were killed on the spot by the Tranquil Cloud sect protecting Grand Array. The 1,500 disciples this trip, the casualties exceed half. Just the Sea Transformation Realm Elders, close to as many as 80 people, were lost. Zhu Mingyu still had fear in his eyes. He was already scared out of his wits by the Tranquil Cloud sect protecting Grand Array. First was personally witnessing the first-level soul Sea Realm Ma-Yi die before his eyes. Then, he witnessed with his own eyes the fourth-level soul Sea Realm He Jun and Liao Wenguang dying before him. This image would probably never be erased from his mind in this lifetime. After He Jun and Liao Wenguang died, he became the person with the highest strength in that team. If not for coming to deliver the news to He Mingda, he wished that he could immediately find a place to enter terminal seclusion and not come out even if he was beaten to death. Even now, his voice was still trembling unceasingly when speaking. Since the realm Pa-S Sageway was linked up, martial artists below the Soul Sea realm could enter the Endless World. These few months' time, there were already many Sea Transformation Realm and Crystal Formation Realm martial artists that entered the Endless World. They were all under He Mingda's command. Otherwise, with the Purple Mansion sect's might alone, they had no way of attaining such horrifying strength either. With these reinforcements, the Purple Mansion sect's strength had long surpassed, said the Heavenly Sky sect. That was why they could take down the entire southern domain without shedding a drop of blood. Yet, with each word that Zhu Mingyu said, He Mingda's heart would drip a drop of blood. By the time Zhu Mingyu finished talking, He Mingda felt like the blood in his heart were almost drained dry already. He plopped his bottom back onto his seat, his face in a complete daze. The losses from the attack on the Tranquil Cloud sect this time was too grievous. The Tranquil Cloud sect's accident still made He Mingda attach importance to it. That was why attacking the Tranquil Cloud sect this time, he practically sent nearly 40% of the Purple Mansion sect's martial artists. This trip, just the Sea Transformation Realm martial artists had over 100 people. Yet, of these 100 over people, only 50 to 60 came back. Among them, many were laden with heavy injuries. They most likely would not have much endeavors in the future either. According to Zhu Mingyu's description, He Jun and Liao Wenguang were slain on the spot by the Tranquil Cloud sect protecting Grand Array, while the other disciples thought that the Grand Array was broken and charged inside the Grand Array's range of fire crazily. In the end, because Zhu Mingyu had to supervise, his actions were a step slow and just happened to rush to the peripherals of the sect protecting Grand Array, saving his life instead. He Mingda never would have dreamt that the Purple Mansion sect would actually suffer such a calamitous defeat in the Southern Domain. 2 middle-stage Soul Sea Realm experts. This was absolutely a top beam-like existence to the Purple Mansion sect. Now they actually perished together. Pooh work. He Mingda only felt sweetness in his throat, spewing out a mouthful of blood. Even with He Mingda's forbearance and wisdom, he also could not quite accept such a defeat at this time. Lord Sect Master! Lord Sect Master! The Purple Mansion sect's upper echelons were also in overwhelming shock earlier. Seeing He Mingda spew blood at this time, they could not help turning pale in alarm. He Mingda waved his hand to indicate that he was fine. He opened his mouth and said to Zhu Mingyu, "Mingyu, you tell me the situation at that time. Don't miss out anything at all." Zhu Mingyu was seriously unwilling to recall the situation back then. But the sect master raised it up. He had no choice but to force himself to look back upon it either. Right away, Zhu Mingyu described the situation back then in detail. Although they were not involved personally, when they heard Zhu Mingyu's narrative, the Purple Mansion sect's upper echelons still felt a cold blast of wind hit them from behind. Zhu Mingyu said that he had yet to approach the Grand Array, and he already ended up looking like this. Those Purple Mansion sect disciples who charged inside the Grand Array's attack range definitely died very miserably. He Mingda's brows virtually knitted until they became one. He asked Zhu Mingyu. He Jun said back then that even if I went, I can't crack the Grand Array either? Zhu Mingyu nodded and said, yes. Elder, he said that at that time. Furthermore, seeing Zhu Mingyu wanting to speak but holding back, He Mingda said unhappily, whatever you have, say it. Yes. Disciple feels that. Feels that even if sect master went to crack the formation personally, you'd most likely. Zhu Mingyu still did not finish the words at the back. But everyone understood his meaning, and could not help drawing a cold breath. His meaning was that even if He Mingda personally went to crack the formation, he might not be able to retreat unscathed too. Looking from this, how strong was this Grand Array? He Mingda did not reveal a surprised expression. From Zhu Mingyu's account just now, he already knew this point. The power of this Grand Array simply said their imaginations. He Mingda muttered under his breath, just what happened to the Tranquil Cloud sect? How could such a powerful existence suddenly pop out? Could it be that the Tranquil Cloud sect has somebody who acquired the Grand Yen True sect's inheritance back then? At this time, a young profile stood up from the crowd. If Yi Yuan was here, he would recognize that this person was precisely the Lin Chao who he had not seen for a long time. Several months of not meeting, the present Lin Chao actually already cultivated to peak 9th level C transformation realm. He followed the Lan family tribe into the central capital back then. But at this time, he already returned to the Purple Mansion sect. And those fierce Gale World martial artists were precisely brought back by him. Lord Sect Master, disciple has a bold conjecture. It's just I don't know if it's right or not. Lin Chao had a profound look in his gaze. He Mingda's eyes lit up when he heard this and said, so, it's Lin Chao. Is it possible that you know who this person controlling the Grand Array is? Lin Chao shook his head and said, Lin Chao dare not confirm. But, to say the person with the greatest possibility, and body else is worthy except him. He Mingda asked puzzledly, oh? Who? Yi Yuan. Lin Chao said. He Mingda's brows furrowed slightly. Clearly, he had not heard of this name before. Lin Chao did not waste his breath, and recounted some of the events that happened within the mystic realm, greatly astonished. Hi plus ing He Mingda and the other upper echelons. You're saying that this Tranquil Cloud sect disciple Yi Yuan entered Tier 4 and Tier 5 Grand Arrays like it were flat ground? Moreover, he even relied on a set of Tier 3 array formation to battle 4C transformation realms with spirit condensation realm cultivation? Mingda felt that Lin Chao's words were like a joke. But he was deeply aware that it was impossible for Lin Chao to make a joke about this sort of thing. After Lin Chao completed the mission that the sect A.S. signed, they started the grand plan of unifying the southern domain after coming back and simply did not have the time to report this matter to Mingda. To think that over a month past said, such a huge pandemonium would actually appear. Furthermore, when Lin Chao came back, he already knew that Yi Yuan infiltrated the fierce Gale world. He felt that it was simply impossible for Yi Yuan to return alive. Yet, the huge unforeseen accident at the Tranquil Cloud sect now, Lin Chao seriously could not think of anybody more likely than Yi Yuan. Seeing Mingda pose a question, Lin Chao clasped his hands and said, "Disciple dare not talk nonsense. If there wasn't this Yi Yuan, perhaps Disciple would not be able to pass through the array formation laid out by the Grand Yen True sect either, and also could not have completed the mission at all." Chapter 461. The group of upper echelons was exchanging glances. Clearly, this was their first time receiving information like this. The group of upper echelons was exchanging glances. Clearly, this was their first time receiving information like this, and the shock that this news gave everyone was too overwhelming. According to what Lin Chao said, Yi Yuan only had a 7th level spirit condensation realm cultivation when he entered the mystic realm. He could actually traverse as easily as flat ground within Tier 4 and Tier 5 grand arrays at such a realm. Was this a joke? Yet, when placing this kind of unimaginable things on the present Tranquil Cloud sect, it was also the most logical explanation. From Yi Yuan's performance at that time, one could tell that his attainments in the formation's path most likely Serpa said the level of Tier 4 long ago. Without such strength, how could he control the sect protecting Grand Array and cut down 3 Soul Sea realm powerhouses too? But, from then until now, merely a few short months had said. This Yi Yuan could not go so far as to reach the level of Soul Sea realm, right? This news was layered with contradictions within. There were many unexplainable issues, but looking at the outcome, it was also the most reasonable explanation. The Tranquil Cloud sect actually took in such a monstrous disciple? This is quite troublesome, Mingda said with a frown. Mingda believed that Lin Chao would not joke around with this matter. Now, the Tranquil Cloud sect was defending this grand array to the bitter end. There were no divine traversing realm powerhouse who came forth. The sect would be like a porcupine being covered in spikes everywhere. They would be completely helpless against the sect. This war really struck Mingda until his flesh hurt. With the lesson this time, he no longer dared to storm the Tranquil Cloud sect. Moreover, what kind of visual prowess did Mingda had? He had long seen through that Zhu Mingyu who was already started dreading from the bottom of his heart. Even a peak 9th level C transformation realm expert was frightened until like this, let alone ordinary disciples. 2 middle stage Soul Sea realm grand elders perished under the grand array just like that. Most likely, there was an body who dared to deliver themselves to death anymore either. Lin Chao's eyes glimmered and said, "This boy's talent can no longer be described using monstrous. But he has a huge Achilles heel. Maybe we can move in from this point." Mingda's eyes narrowed and seemed to already know what Lin Chao was talking about. "You're saying those prisoners on the towering peak?" Lin Chao nodded and said, "That's right. This boy is somebody who values ties enormously. He originally had the chance to leave the mystic realm individually but infiltrated the fierce Gale world without any hesitation. I'm thinking that since he has this weakness, why don't we make use of it? As long as we force him out of the Grand Array, why would we need to worry about being unable to deal with him?" "What if he doesn't come out?" asked a Soul Sea realm elder. "Then we'll kill one by one. Kill all the way until he comes out." These words were said by Lin Chao with a smile. Except, his smile looked so cruel. These few days, the entire Tranquil Cloud sect was in jubilation. This was a merry and hearty huge victory. The Tranquil Cloud sect relied on the sect protecting Grand Array to cut down 2 middle-stage Soul Sea Realm powerhouses. This was absolutely a one-of-a-kind victory in the history of the Southern Domain. In the hearts of the Tranquil Cloud sect disciples, Yi Yuan was already an existence that approached God-like. They knew fully well that even if Grand Elder Skymaple and Sect Master Luo were here, they completely could not do it to Yi Yuan's extent either. Yi Yuan was simply sent by the heaven to save the Tranquil Cloud sect. With these 2 huge victories, the Tranquil Cloud sect disciples' fear towards the Purple Mansion sect were long tossed to the back of their mind. Now, even if He Mingda came forth personally, they would also stand behind Yi Yuan without any signs of fear to transfer essence energy to him unceasingly. But Yi Yuan suddenly announced closed seclusion ever since the great battle previously, leaving all of the sect's matters to Mo Yuntian to manage. Everyone's enthusiasm had nowhere to release, so they might as well busy with their own matters. Of course, even more disciples continued comprehending the inscribed characters that Yi Yuan left on Victory Peak, hoping to raise their mastery of concepts as soon as possible. The greatest improvement was naturally still Tianyu. Now there was already N.O. body who could approach the area of 200 feet around him. Apart from Tianyu, Mo Yuntian's improvement was also rather swift. Through a period of contemplating, Mo Yuntian already understood the profundities of the 30th sword character and was currently comprehending the 31st character. This period of time, Yi Yuan made use of the square cauldron to refine a large batch of jade spirit pills too. Since returning from the fierce Gale world, Yi Yuan had basically ceased comprehending concept. As long as he had spare time, Yi Yuan would basically be cultivating essence energy. Before the great battle, Yi Yuan was only a step away from the 9th level crystal formation realm. After that fight, Yi Yuan reckoned that the Purple Mansion sect would most likely have to properly plan for a period of time. Hence, he announced closed seclusion at the first instance he had. After 3 days, Yi Yuan directly burst past the 9th level crystal formation realm barrier. TSK. Big Brother can indeed fight it out with me. His cultivation completely has no bottlenecks at all. White Light was clicking his tongue as he said with a sigh. Young Master's concepts are much higher than his realm. Give him another 1 or 2 years, him breaking through to the divine traversing realm directly isn't anything much either, Yuan Fei said with a nod. I really don't know how he cultivates. He isn't much older than me either. His comprehension of concepts is actually so high. Big Brother said that he was going to directly break through to the sea transformation realm this closed seclusion. When he exits, the expressions on those Tranquil Cloud sect disciples' faces must be very fascinating. White Light was very excited, in a manner like desiring for the world to plunge into chaos. But Yuan Fei did not refute it. He also knew that what White Light said was correct. The medicinal pills that Yi Yuan refined, the medicinal efficacy was multiple, even over 10 times of others. Plus his extremely heaven-defying cultivation method, he was totally unafraid of absorbing too much medicinal strength and could not withstand it. His cultivation speed was practically dozens of times of other ordinary people. Such a cultivation speed, these lower realm martial artists could not be not astonished even if they wanted to. After entering seclusion, Yi Yuan was basically refining essence energy all the time. His realm was also rising extremely rapidly. Another 8 days passed, said. Yi Yuan finally reached peak 9th level crystal formation realm in one stroke. At this time, the insides of Yi Yuan's dantian already swelled up. The fist-sized essence energy crystalline body practically filled up his dantian. Afterward, Yi Yuan spent another 2 days to consolidate his realm and started to break through to the Sea Transformation realm directly. Sea Transformation realm was just a transitionary realm but was an undeniably important realm. Shattering core, transforming sea. The size of the essence energy sea formed as well as the quality determined the heights that one would attain in the future to a very large degree. After shattering the core, the entire dantian would crumble. The original dantian would vanish. Within the martial artist's body, AC will naturally form, which was used to accommodate the essence energy C. When ordinary 4 or 5 spirit liquid drops martial artists cultivated to the C transformation realm, they could basically only condense a fist-sized essence energy C. In theory, the more spirit liquid the martial artist had, the larger the essence energy C condensed. Furthermore, the size of the essence energy C condensed for the first time also determined the limits of the martial artist in the future. That was why it was said that this realm that was not a major realm was of utmost importance. Yi Yuan condensed the perfect 9 spirit liquid drops at that time. The essence energy crystalline body within his body at this time was much stronger compared to normal martial artists. Regarding how large an essence energy C he could condense, Yi Yuan was very curious too. I wonder how large an essence energy C I can condense with my present state coupled with the C expanding pill. I'm really quite looking forward to this, Yi Yuan said with a chuckle. As he said those words, Yi Yuan swallowed a dark medicinal pill. The essence energy within his body begun to seethe. His dantian area started collapsing. Chapter 462 Hiss. Hiss. Yi Yuan took a deep, cold breath. The feeling of his dantian collapsing was not so easy to withstand. He felt like there was somebody using a 300,000 catty hammer to pound his abdomen right now. That sort of agony practically made him unable to catch his breath. Shattering core, transforming sea. It was not something fun. There was no small number of martial artists who dared not take this step in their entire lives. A moment of carelessness, and it was the outcome of the Tao dissipating and Paris. Hi+ing. In truth, among myriad worlds, there were martial artists who died at this step every second. In his previous life, Yi Yuan likewise went through this process. That sort of hovering the line of life and death agony was still fresh in his memories up until now. But this lifetime's shattering core seemed to be even more excruciating than the previous one. This time, Yi Yuan shattered the core under a virtually perfect condition. The essence energy in his body had already reached a saturated degree. The collapse of such thick essence energy was not something fun either for Yi Yuan. Rumble. Yi Yuan's dantian cracked open inch by inch, seemingly like dried-up earth, becoming full of fissures. What had fissured was not just the dantian. It also included the essence energy crystalline body within the dantian. The cracks became increasingly larger, bigger and bigger. Finally, it broke into pieces with a loud bang. Arg! Yi Yuan gave a long howl, venting out all of the anguish. At this moment, the torment reached its peak too. But this was only the beginning. The fragmented essence energy crystalline body still continued to splinter, and it was crumbling. Once this process of shattering the core started, it was akin to a world collapsing, all the way until everything turned into nothingness. Right then, a streak of gentle medicinal strength merged into Yi Yuan's dantian area, splas. Hi+ing on those essence energy crystal bodies and the fragmented dantian. In an instant, Yi Yuan's pain faded away considerably. This sea expanding pill was a Divine Realms top-grade Tier 3 medicinal pill. It was used specifically to impact the sea transformation realm. The lower realms did not have it at all. This period of time, Yi Yuan roamed many places and also had been collecting the various medicinal herbs that this sea expanding pill required. Yi Yuan found several in the mystic realm. The remaining few medicinal herbs that were harder to find, Yi Yuan found them all at Star Abyss's place. Although the fierce Gale world was in resources, the alchemist association was the pinnacle existence of the world after all. Finding several types of medicinal herbs still did not pose an issue. This sea-expanding pill was not an ordinary medicinal pill. Even in the divine realm, there were scanty few who knew it well enough. This kind of medicinal pill was what the various top factions in the divine realm used to groom junior disciples. Furthermore, only those true geniuses could obtain this medicinal pill. The reason was none other than because only the Medicine King Hall and the Alchemist Association, the two great powers, had this pill formula. The sea-expanding pill could not only reduce the pain when the martial artist was breaking through to the sea transformation realm, but it would also even help the martial artist expand their essence energy sea to the maximum limit. Such an effect would make any 9th-level crystal formation realm martial artist go nuts. This was a medicinal pill that could raise a martial artist's potential. Even if the martial artist's essence energy sea only expanded a little bit, the martial artist would benefit for life too. Moreover, to apex geniuses, this tiny bit of difference might determine whose accomplishments would be higher. Very soon, those essence energy crystals crumbled into a powder-like state. But it was not over yet. Those powder-like crystal bodies finally turned into nothing. Yi Yuan's Dantian area was now stark empty. It was as if it was a black hole. Wonder how large Big Brother's essence energy sea will be. White light was also highly antic. 1p aiding it. By the side, Yuan Fei's expression became solemn too as he said in a grave voice, "It's here." His voice had yet to fade when the essence energy in the cultivation chamber was instantaneously siphoned empty. Hiss. Yuan Fei and White Light exchanged a glance, both seeing the astonishment in the other party's eyes. This was the cultivation room that the Tranquil Cloud sect elders normally used to cultivate. The density was 20 times of the outside world. Such thick heaven and earth essence energy was actually siphoned dry in an instant? Fortunately, Yi Yuan improved this cultivation room's spirit-gathering formation before his retreat. Soon enough, large quant. 1. Ties of essence energy replenished inside again. But once these essence energies came in, it was immediately sucked dry by Yi Yuan again. Such an absorption speed made Yuan Fei and White Light unbelievably shocked. They were both demonic beasts with inherited memories and were very clear regarding the cultivation of human sea transformation realm martial artists. When ordinary martial artists were breaking through to the sea transformation realm, it was simply impossible to have such absorption rate. The speed of the absorption indicated that Yi Yuan's essence energy sea still needed massive amounts of essence energy. These essence energies were just trying to put out a burning cartload of firewood with a cup of water to Yi Yuan. When the essence energy entered the body from all over Yi Yuan's body, it was instantaneously sucked dry by the black hole inside his body. Soon enough, Yi Yuan's black hole-like Dantian region had an additional pool of liquid-state essence energy, suspended in the center of the black hole. This was the essence energy sea that had yet to take form. And what's happening? The essence energy here seems to be draining away. Could it be that there's somebody breaking through? But there are too many people breaking through these few days. And body caused such a commotion either. Oh, right, isn't junior apprentice brother Yi in close seclusion? Is it possible that he's breaking through? There's really that possibility. Boo, could it be that he's breaking through to the sea transformation realm? Otherwise, why would there be such a huge bustle? Junior apprentice brother Yi is in seclusion in the Elder's cultivation room. The essence energy density there is 20 times of the outside world. That still isn't enough for him to absorb? Do you think that using common sense to gauge junior apprentice brother Yi is reliable? The essence energy around Yi Yuan's cultivation room was sucked dry by the spirit-gathering formation. The absorption area began to widen out, alarming the other Tranquil Cloud sect disciples. Yet an body could have expected that this kind of situation persisted for as long as 3 days. Yi Yuan's essence energy sea was just like a bottomless pit. It was seemingly unable to be filled no matter how one tried. Old Yuan, will Big Brother be okay? He had already been absorbing essence energy for 3 days. Just how big is his essence energy sea? White Light was somewhat filled with anxiety. Yuan Fei had a face full of astonishment too. These 3 days, he and White Light watched Yi Yuan absorb essence energy the entire time. The essence energy in this cultivation room simply had not filled to the brim even up till now. Just how large did this essence energy sea had to be able to absorb at such a rate and amount? I don't know either. But I reckon that young master's essence energy sea is at least this big? Yuan Fei gestured a bit, roughly the size of a bathtub. This was already Ma's sieve for a first-level sea transformation realm martial artist. The essence energy seas of the vast majority of sea transformation realm martial artists, when just broken through realm, was only the size of a fist. Even for some genius martial artists, their essence energy seas were merely the size of a bowl. The fierce Gale World's Zhao Qinggan, when just broken through to the sea transformation realm, was just the size of a face basin too. This was already the top existence within a world. At this time, Yi Yuan finally opened both eyes slowly. When Yuan Fei saw Yi Yuan's eyes, he actually had a feeling of not daring to stare at it directly. His present realm was clearly around the same as Yi Yuan's, but he felt immense pressure. "B-Boss, are you okay still?" White Light asked with somewhat of a parched mouth. Yi Yuan gave a faint smile and said, "Never felt better." Then, "Just how large is your essence energy sea?" White Light still could not resist asking. Chapter 463 Around. A cirque of 10 feet, Yi Yuan said nonchalantly. Around. A cirque of 10 feet, Yi Yuan said nonchalantly. What? 10 feet. White Light and Yuan Fei's eyes revealed immense shock at the same time. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "And this breakthrough is still considered pretty good. A little better than imagined." Pretty good? It was simply heaven-defying, okay? What kind of notion was a cirque of 10 feet? The essence energy sea of third-level sea transformation realms might not reach 10 feet either. After entering the sea transformation realm, the focus of martial artists' cultivation would be on the essence energy sea. Martial artists needed to expand the essence energy sea continuously to let the essence energy sea within their Dantian S.P.A.C. become increasingly more. Even for some powerful third-level sea transformation realms, very few among them would have essence energy sea that could reach a cirque of 10 feet. A cirque of 10 feet was the limit that third-level sea transformation realms could attain. Only those peerlessly talented geniuses could reach a cirque of 10 feet. But the problem was that Yi Yuan was only at the first-level sea transformation realm. That was also to say that the essence energy reserves in Yi Yuan's body, right now, was already more impressive compared to most third-level sea transformation realms. Seen before freaks, but never seen before such a freakish one. If this were to spread out, how would this let other martial artists live on? Big Brother, you're really too perverse. Those pinnacle geniuses in the divine realm are but your standard too, right? In White Light's inherited memories, there were some records regarding the divine realm. Hence, he knew what kind of a freakish standard Yi Yuan's breakthrough this time reached. A lower realm martial artist on the same level as a divine realm's pinnacle genius. How monstrous of a talent did this need? Yi Yuan naturally knew that divine realm's standards, an essence energy sea with a cirque of 10 feet, was also absolutely an outstanding existence when placed among those of the same generation in the divine realm. Those major factions junior generation that could reach a cirque of 10 feet when breaking through to the sea transformation realm absolutely did not surpass the number of fingers on one hand as well. How could the crystal formation realms in the divine realm be limited to just millions upon millions? Not Serpa's sing the number of fingers on one hand. It could be seen how immense the difficulty was. Yi Yuan had the perfect spirit condensation too. Adding on the effects of the sea expanding pill, he reached such a degree. Hence, regarding the breakthrough this time, Yi Yuan was still rather pleased. At least, he knew that when Ji Kanglin broke through to the sea transformation realm back then, he did not reach such a perfect state either. But Yi Yuan also knew that the factors affecting a martial artist's growth were too numerous. Even if he Serpa's said the sea transformation realm period Ji Kanglin, he did not have any areas worthy of being prideful either. Because what he had to face was the divine king realm Ji Kanglin. But, no matter what, this was a very good start. With his present state, he could basically sweep away sea transformation realm martial artists in the lower realms. Even when facing a first-level soul sea realm powerhouse, he had the strength to fight it out now too. Ha! The sea transformation realm is only the beginning. Haven't even reached the middle 3 stages yet. There's still a long way down the road. Not much of a big deal. Let's go out to take a look first. Towards such a breakthrough, Yi Yuan himself took it very indifferently. He needed formidable strength right now and not to crush those in the same generation. Yi Yuan's gaze had never been on those in the same generation, because he and those in the same generation were not in the same world to begin with. When he stepped out, Mo Yuntian came forward to greet. The moment he saw Yi Yuan, his eyes could not help becoming intent as he said in shock, "J Junior Apprentice Brother Yi, you actually broke through to the sea transformation realm already." In truth, Yi Yuan breaking through to sea transformation realm was not what he was most surprised by. What Mo Yuntian was most taken aback by was that when he faced Yi Yuan, he actually had a feeling of beholding a great mountain. He had only experienced this kind of feeling with sect master Luo Qinfeng before. How was this possible? Could it be that Yi Yuan already reached sect master's height? But he was only at the first level sea transformation realm. Yi Yuan said with a smile, and the seclusion this time was in order to break through to the sea transformation realm. Fortunately, the process went quite smoothly. Is senior apprentice brother Mo looking for me for something? Mo Yuntian nodded his head and said with a solemn look, Zhao Xian they all sent news. Purple Mansion sect master, He Mingda, personally led several thousand disciples to charge over to the Tranquil Cloud sect in mighty contingents. They will reach the Tranquil Cloud sect after 5 days. Yi Yuan said, there should be other news, right? Mo Yuntian was stunned and said in surprise, how does junior apprentice brother know? This time, He Mingda is escorting Grand Elder Sky Maple, sect master, as well as Master Hall Headling they all over here together. Looks like they want to force us out of the Grand Array. Yi Yuan did not show a surprised expression. It was as if he had long expected this matter. He did not go along with Mo Yuntian's words to continue asking, but he inquired, how's senior apprentice brother Tian Yu's progressed these few days? Mo Yuntian could not quite follow Yi Yuan's thought process. What was the meaning of asking about Tian Yu at this time? Could it be that Tian Yu breaking through realms had any impact on the battle situation? Mo Yuntian was just about to speak when all of a sudden, a streak of sword intent shot towards the skies. The entire Tranquil Cloud sect could see it clearly. Looking at the direction, it was precisely the direction of Victory Peak. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up and he said with a smile, looks like senior apprentice brother Tian Yu broke through. Come, senior apprentice brother Mo. Let's go take a look at Victory Peak together. On Victory Peak, sword intent pervaded all around. All the disciples did not dare to approach at all. Tian Yu's clothes were flapping. His entire being was akin to a celestial G. O. D descending upon the mortal world. After a long while, that boundless sword intent all returned to Tian Yu's body. The present Tian Yu was akin to a drawn sharp sword, incomparably fierce and sharp. Clap, clap, clap. Unexpected applause sounded. A voice was heard. Ha! Congratulations to senior apprentice brother Tian Yu for comprehending true intent. Our tranquil cloud sect has hope for revival. Tian Yu's entire body quivered. Arriving before Yi Yuan with a flash, he gave a solemn bow as he said, "For Tian Yu to be able to have this day, it's all due to junior apprentice brother Ye's credit. After today, I, Tian Yu, am willing to follow junior apprentice brother Yi wherever you go so as to repay this kindness." But Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, "You got to be joking. You're the sect's future and even Grand Elder Sky Mapple's lineal grandson. How can you follow by my side?" After the sect tides over the crisis this time, Tian Yu is willing to serve beside junior apprentice brother Yi, all the way until junior apprentice brother Yi ascends to the divine realm, said Tian Yu very obstinately. At present, Tian Yu had already comprehended true intent. Yet, it was precisely because of so that he was even more aware of Yi Yuan's prowess. The concept that Yi Yuan comprehended was actually even more powerful than true intent. Hence, the day that Yi Yuan ascended to the divine realm would not too far away. Furthermore, it was definitely before him. Yi Yuan did not think that Tian Yu would play this card, and could not help saying with a chuckle, "Haha. Then, let's wait until the sect passes this crisis first before talking." Tian Yu suddenly froze. The eyes he looked at Yi Yuan with revealed a disbelieving look. "Junior apprentice brother Yi, you broke through to the sea transformation realm," Tian Yu exclaimed in shock. Same as Mo Yuntian, what he was shocked by was not Yi Yuan breaking through realm. Tian Yu had just comprehended true intent. His sword intent could not be controlled as he willed yet. But he discovered to his amazement, the sword intent that was leaking out from his body actually dissipated on its own when it approached Yi Yuan's body, as if it had seen something terrifying. Tian Yu originally thought that with him comprehending true intent, he could more or less shrink some of the distance between Yi Yuan and him. But now, he knew that the disparity between him and Yi Yuan was even greater. Looking at a great man with awe. Chapter 464. With the approach of the Purple Mansion sect's great army, the atmosphere in the Tranquil Cloud sect became tense once again. With the approach of the Purple Mansion sect's great army, the atmosphere in the Tranquil Cloud sect became tense once again. This time, it was different from before. The Purple Mansion sect was bringing hostages over. The Tranquil Cloud sect's upper echelons were virtually all in the hands of the Purple Mansion sect. The other party was threatening them with this. What should they do now? Purple Mansion sect, this bunch of fellows is really too despicable. They can't beat us head-on, so they actually used Grand Elders and Sect Masters' lives to come and coerce us. Heh, that bunch of fellows simply don't know what face is. Isn't being cunning and insidious what they are most skilled in? If it weren't for them enduring patiently for many years and ing the Heavenly Sky sect to the teeth of the storm, how could the Southern Domain change hands so easy as well? I say, Senior Apprentice Brother Mo, Senior Apprentice Brother Tian Yu, how about you guys go ask Senior Apprentice Brother Yi? We don't have any confidence at all in our hearts. One had to acknowledge that Lin Chao's move was indeed vicious. The Tranquil Cloud sect's sole reliance was the sect protecting Grand Array. But with this move from Lin Chao, it was forcing people out of the Grand Array. This plan, which severed any future offspring, truly had no C. H-I-N-K in the armor. Tian Yu and Mo Yuntian exchanged a look and nodded at the same time. Regardless of how great a breakthrough they obtained, facing the formidable Purple Mansion sect, they simply did not have the slightest strength to retaliate. Their only reliance was Yi Yuan. Yet, when they arrived at Yi Yuan's residence, they discovered that Yi Yuan was not there at all. Asking around, nobody knew where Yi Yuan went either. Under the moonlight, Two silhouettes appeared outside the tranquil cloud sex gate. Has Miss Yu been well recently? Being by Mr. Ye's side, Lier's pain has lessened considerably. Sigh. It's a shame that I can't take time off to attend to something else right now. Or else, I can help you seek out the Azure Spirit Tree. The Endless Forest's territory is vast, and resources are abundant. Perhaps the Azure Spirit Tree can be found in there. Endless Forest, huh? That place seems very extraordinary. I went there once, but only up to the 10,000-mile region before not daring to go deeper in. A tiny little lower plane actually has such a terrifying place. If it is the Endless Forest, there might really be an Azure Spirit Tree. It's just that place is too dangerous. I don't wish for you to take such a huge risk for me. Miss Yu is treating me as an outsider with those words. If I remember correctly, the Mystic Realm trip this time, Miss Yu saved me 3 times, right? If I didn't encounter Miss Yu, how would I, Yi Yuan, still have the life to speak here right now? Yu Mingli covered her mouth and said with a smile, Didn't Mr. Yi save me too? Being together with Yi Yuan, Yu Mingli was meeting with her original looks, looking at a beauty under the moon. This gentle smile from Yu Mingli seemingly stirred the moonlight, captivating even the moonlight. Yi Yuan actually stared at her somewhat dazedly. So beautiful! Yi Yuan was overcome by an irresistible impulse to give a praise. Yu Mingli was stunned and actually lowered her head with a blush all over her face. Ever since growing up, the men who flattered Yu Mingli was too many to count. But she did not even spare a glance at those men's fawning. But, not knowing why, hearing Yi Yuan's words today, she actually had a feeling of palpitation and excitement. For such a long time, Yu Mingli followed Yi Yuan on the quiet and was already very clear on his character. She knew that Yi Yuan's words earlier was wholehearted praise and did not have the slightest intention of being frivolous. Yi Yuan was not that kind of lecherous individual. Or else, placing a kingdom-toppling great beauty like Xiao Ruyan in front of him, normal people would have long taken her into their harem. How would it become this sort of relations? Hi+P now? It was precisely because of so that Yi Yuan's praises appeared even more precious. Yi Yuan also realized that he lost composure and said with an awkward smile, Miss Yu. Mr. Yi better call me Lier. Or Mengli works too, Yu Mingli responded. Yi Yuan did not try to feign either and said with a nod, Then I'd better call you Lier. You don't keep calling me Mr. Yi either. Just say my name directly. Yu Mingli nodded her head. Yi Yuan continued, How was that considered saving people? It was just displaying my meager skills before an expert. But Yu Mingli shook her head and said, With my looks at that time, you and I were complete strangers, and you actually risked your life to save Lier. Lier has always engraved it in my heart. Furthermore, Yi Yuan, you have the cyanate heart of a doctor. Seeing that I had a strange ailment, you didn't stint in sharing the pill formula and divine soul mystic art. Such breadth of mind is highly precious to Lier. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, all right, let's not blow each other's trumpets here. I have a score about everything in my heart. Lier's ailment, just count on me. After the tranquil cloud sex matters settle, I'll enter the endless forest to help you find this azure spirit tree. Yu Mingli smiled sweetly and said, Then Lier, give thanks in advance. Finished talking, the pair exchanged glances and smiled, but the atmosphere became somewhat ambiguous. As they walked, they actually fell silent. Finally, it was Yu Mingli who broke this silence. She said, Yi Yuan, you're really a prodigious talent. I observe that your current aura is only stronger and not weaker than those at the 3rd level C transformation realm. In the C transformation realm, you're nigh invincible. Moreover, when you were at the crystal formation realm, you actually comprehended the elementary form of a supreme true intent. It is truly mind-boggling. With your talent, even when placed in the divine realm, you're also a pinnacle existence. I really dare not believe that you came from a tiny little secular world kingdom. Yumeng's horizons were absolutely not what lower-realm martial artists could compare to. Things that many lower-realm martial artists did not understand, Yumeng knew. But, the more so, the more Yumeng felt that Yi Yuan was an enigmatic existence. Or perhaps it was precisely this sort of enigmatic disposition which deeply attracted her. This Yi naturally had some fortuitous encounters. Furthermore, I'm not foreign to the divine realm's matters either. But this Yi has my own difficulties that are hard to disclose. When there's a chance in the future, this Yi will definitely speak candidly, Yi Yuan said. Yumeng's eyes flickered, and she gave a melancholic sigh as he said, "Which genius such as yourself doesn't have their own secrets? I won't ask then." Yi Yuan gave a slight smile, feeling that this Yumeng was really considerate. When speaking and doing things, she gave people a feeling of the spring breeze caressing one's cheek. "Thank you very much, Lier," Yi Yuan said with a smile. Yumeng said smilingly, "You didn't invite me out of the sect at night just to chit-chat and admire the moon, right?" Yi Yuan chortled and said, "Of course not." As he said, Yi Yuan suddenly erupted. A sword finger shot over towards the jungle, only to see an azure light flash vanish. Ing into the dense vegetation. Ah! A miserable cry was heard. There was actually somebody lying in wait there. Yumeng did not have any surprised expression towards this. Evidently, she had known long ago. Right then, two black shadows suddenly scurried not far away, fleeing helter-skelter. Yi Yuan gave a cold laugh and shot out another two streaks of sword chi. Another two tragic cries sounded. Yi Yuan dusted his hands and said, "All right. Those spying little thieves are cleaned up. Now we can get down to proper business." As he said this, Yi Yuan took out a small flag from his storage ring. It was shockingly the profound ice flag that Wei Xiao gave him back at the Grand Yen Spac. Yumeng's gaze turned intent and she said, "It's actually an array formation profound artifact." Lier has sharp eyes," Yi Yuan said with a chuckle. "You're trying to," Yumeng said curiously. "You'll know in a while." As he said, Yi Yuan mustered up essence energy. The profound ice flag emitted a dazzling light. Chapter 465 The vast and mighty army gathered before the gates once more with He Mingde taking the lead. The air of an overlord was displayed fully beyond all doubt. The vast and mighty army gathered before the gates once more with He Mingde taking the lead. The air of an overlord was displayed fully beyond all doubt. Lin Chao came forward from the army. He yelled out in the direction of the Tranquil Cloud sect, "Yi Yuan, an old friend came here to see you, and you don't even come out to say hi. This isn't the way to treat guests." Finished talking, Lin Chao was not in a rush either, quietly waiting for Yi Yuan's reply. Hearing Lin Chao's yell, Mo Yuntian said in surprise, "We came back so secretively. How did the Purple Mansion sect know that you're directing the Grand Array?" Yi Yuan was also rather surprised. But he reacted to it very quickly and said with a smile, This person, senior apprentice brother Mo knows as well. It's really an old friend." "I know too?" "You're saying Lin Chao?" Mo Yuntian reacted to it too. Yi Yuan smiled as he nodded and said, "This person is full of schemes and has already witnessed my performance in the mystic realm. Him guessing that I had returned isn't strange." Mo Yuntian's brows knitted tightly. Evidently, his impression of this Lin Chao was very deep. One could say that the situation formed in the southern domain right now, the root all lay with this Lin Chao. Looking at it, the idea of using Grand Elder they all to threaten us was surely came up by him. "Junior apprentice brother Yi, you mustn't fall for it," Mo Yuntian said solemnly. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "I'll go and meet with this Lin Chao." "No way. Out of the question." Yi Yuan was just about to leave the Grand Array when all of the Tranquil Cloud sect disciples actually blocked his exit without any prior consultation and refused to let him leave. "Junior apprentice brother Yi, you're the sect's last hope. If anything were to happen to you, the Tranquil Cloud sect would be thoroughly finished. Yeah, Senior Apprentice Brother Yi. They are clearly trying to force you out in the open. You mustn't fall for it. Senior Apprentice Brother Yi, we can't let you deliver yourself to death. The Tranquil Cloud sect disciples were all clamoring to speak. All in all, the meaning that they were trying to bring across was to not let Yi Yuan go through dangers easily. Right then, Lin Chao's voice came over once more. Yi Yuan, are you not even going to honor an old friend's invitation? I brought immense sincerity over here this time. You take a look. Grand Elder Sky Maple, Sect Master Luo, Hall Head Shao, Hall Head Ling, I brought all of them here for you. When these words came out, everyone's faces all changed. Yi Yuan said, Haha, looks like whether I go out or not isn't up to me. The faces of those Tranquil Cloud sect disciples were all very conflicted, but not a single one moved their foot away. Evidently, they were still unwilling to let Yi Yuan go out in their hearts. Yet, Sky Maple, Luo Qingfeng, and the rest, their lives were in danger. The disciples truly did not know what they should do. Right at that moment, Tian Yu suddenly came forward. Only to see his eyes crimson red throughout, his entire person like he was possessed. When Yi Yuan saw Tian Yu like this, he could not help being stunned too. Senior Apprentice Brother Tian Yu? Tian Yu suddenly shut his eyes, took in a deep breath, and snapped open his eyes and said, Junior Apprentice Brother Yi, don't go out. Grandpa, they all will understand. This sentence, 10 over words, Tian Yu seemed to have used all of his strength. Especially the latter half of the sentence. He practically choked it out through sobs. When he finished talking, his face was already covered in tears. Such a decision was too cruel to him. Tian Yu was practically brought up by Sky Maple hand in hand. Their relations, Hi plus P, everyone in the Tranquil Cloud sect knew. Yet now, Tian Yu actually said to give up on Grand Elder. Everyone's gazes focused on Tian Yu, and their eyes actually turned red. Everybody fell silent. This decision was an extremely arduous decision for everyone. Yet, Lin Chao seemed to know what was happening here. His voice rang out untimely again. Yi Yuan, I know that you can hear me. Look, I invited you out to meet up and have a chat properly, but you just have to make me resort to force. How about this? From now onwards, every 15 minutes, I'll kill a Tranquil Cloud sect prisoner all the way until you come out. When the Tranquil Cloud sect disciples heard this, they wished that they could go out and tear Lin Chao into shreds. But one had to acknowledge that Lin Chao's words seemed to clamp down on their throats, making it extremely uncomfortable for them. Yi Yuan said helplessly, You all heard as well. We can't very well look on pause. Sively as Grand Elder they all die in front of us, right? Everybody relax. I'll be right back. Nothing will happen. Yi Yuan's figure moved and paused, said the group of Tranquil Cloud sect disciples. Yet, right at this time, a figure blocked in front of him. It was precisely Tian Yu. Yi Yuan, not that I fear death, but seeking death like this is really not worth it. Any one of us can go and die, only you alone can't. Without you, the Tranquil Cloud sect will thoroughly lose any hope for taking revenge. Tian Yu said resolutely. Yi Yuan was touched in his heart, but he said with a smile, Senior Apprentice Brother Tian Yu, rest assured. I'm not going to court death. Tian Yu was very clear about Yi Yuan's character. Except, the sect protecting Grand Array was Yi Yuan's final measure. How could he be willing to believe Yi Yuan's words? Even if Yi Yuan broke through to the Sea Transformation Realm, it was also not possible to be He Mingda's match. Going out like this, what was it but seeking death? Junior Apprentice Brother Yi, if you must go out, then kill me first. If you insist on leaving, I know that I can't stop you, but I can kill myself. As he said, Tian Yu raised his sword and put it against his neck. Yi Yuan did not think that Tian Yu would actually be so decisive. He said helplessly, Senior Apprentice Brother Tian Yu, I'm really not deceiving you. Time is of the essence. Explain to you again later. Going to have to offend. As he said, Yi Yuan's figure flashed, arriving in front of Tian Yu the next instant. Tian Yu did not even get to react and was brought down by Yi Yuan. Senior apprentice brother Mo, help me take care of senior apprentice brother Tian Yu. I'll be right back, Yi Yuan said. Finished talking, Yi Yuan flew away. Yi Yuan, looks like you don't care about these tranquil cloud sect people's lives anymore. Then I'll make a move. Remember to find somebody to help collect their corpses in a while. Do it. Lin Chao's voice resounded throughout the entire tranquil cloud sect. Halt! A voice came over. Yi Yuan's figure slowly appeared out from the grand array. When Lin Chao saw Yi Yuan, he could not help it but to show a smile because his scheme had succeeded. Yi Yuan, it's really been a long time we haven't seen each other, Lin Chao said with a smile. Yi Yuan snorted coldly and said, Humph! Lin Chao, it's really you. Ho-hoo, these words should be said by me instead. I really didn't think that you could actually escape from the fierce Gale world. Truly inconceivable. Lin Chao said. Zhao Tianyin is a fool. What's so strange about escaping from his hands? Yi Yuan said indifferently. Lin Chao was stupefied when he heard that and said, Who's Zhao Tianyin? You don't even know the Wind Emperor's exalted name and actually work yourself to the bone for him. I really feel sad for you. Yi Yuan said with a look of pity. His Majesty, the Wind Emperor's name. You have met the Wind Emperor, His Excellency? Lin Chao no longer had the composure from before. What replaced it was astonishment. He thought that Yi Yuan was being hunted down the entire time, and that being able to escape was simply by luck. But now Yi Yuan said that he met the Wind Emperor and even escaped from the Wind Emperor's hands. How was this possible? Then he heard Yi Yuan nonchalantly said, Haha, not only have I met him, his elderly self, even kowtowed before me to admit his fault,